Welcome to Fanfic Universe. Today we bring you an unforgettable story. What if Harry used his ancient Peverell wealth to buy the Ministry of Magic and fire every corrupt official loving our content? Smash that like button and join our family by subscribing. We truly appreciate each and every one of you. Now, let the story begin. Chapter 1, The Inheritance. The goblin's long fingers traced the ancient parchment with a reverence Harry had never seen from the typically dour creatures of Gringotts. "Mr. Potter," Ragnarok said, his voice hushed despite the privacy enchantment surrounding the ornate office. "What I'm about to share with you has been sealed for generations. The completion of your defeat of the Dark Lord has triggered ancient magic within your bloodline." Harry shifted uncomfortably in the plush chair. 2 years after Voldemort's defeat, he'd hoped to settle into something resembling a normal life. Teaching defense at Hogwarts gave him purpose, and his occasional consulting with the Aura department satisfied his need for action. But normal never seemed to stick to Harry Potter. "I thought we'd sorted all this inheritance business last year," Harry said, running a hand through his perpetually untidy hair. "The Potter vaults, serious as a state, those were merely your immediate inheritances," Ragnarok interrupted with a wave of his gnarled hand. "This is something older. Much older." The goblin pushed the parchment across the polished desk. Harry leaned forward, adjusting his glasses as he studied the elaborate family tree that animated itself before his eyes, branches extending and connecting in golden lines. "The Peverell line," Harry murmured, recognizing the name from his hunt for the Hallows. "Indeed. While you accessed a small portion of this legacy through your possession of the Cloak of Invisibility, the full Peverell inheritance was magically sealed until 3 conditions were met." Ragnarok ticked them off on his long fingers. "The reuniting of the 3 Hallows, even temporarily. The defeat of a Dark Lord by a Peverell descendant. And," he paused dramatically, "the heir reaching magical maturity at 21 years of age. Which I did last week," Harry finished, the realization sinking in. "So what exactly does this inheritance entail? More gold?" Ragnarok's thin lips stretched into what might have been a smile on a less fearsome face. "Gold is merely the beginning, Mr. Potter. The Peverells were among the founding families of magical Britain. Their holdings are extensive." The goblin snapped his fingers, and a stack of ledgers materialized on the desk. With another snap, they opened simultaneously, pages flipping rapidly before settling. "Property deeds throughout Britain and continental Europe," Ragnarok said, pointing to the first ledger. "Investments in both magical and Muggle enterprises." His finger moved to the second. "Rare magical artifacts and books." To the third. And finally, his voice dropped even lower, "partial ownership rights to several magical institutions established before the International Statute of Secrecy." Harry's brow furrowed. "What institutions?" "Hogwarts, for one, though that's largely ceremonial. St. Mungo's. The Wisengamot chamber itself. And..." Ragnarok paused, his dark eyes boring into Harry's, "a 26% ownership stake in what eventually became the Ministry of Magic." Harry felt as though he'd been hit with a stunning spell. "That's impossible. The Ministry is a government, not a business." "Spoken like a wizard raised by Muggles," Ragnarok said with a hint of condescension. "Before the Statute of Secrecy, the British magical community was governed by a council of the most powerful families. When the Ministry was formed, those families' rights were preserved through a complex system of magical contracts and ownership claims. Most families eventually sold their stakes or lost them through extinction. The Peverells, however, magically entailed their holdings to await a worthy heir." Harry stood abruptly, pacing the perimeter of the office. "So I own part of the Ministry? What does that even mean in practical terms?" "It means, Mr. Potter, that you have significant legal authority over Ministry operations, appointments, and finances." Ragnarok's expression turned calculating. "Combined with your public influence as the defeater of Voldemort, you could become the most powerful wizard in Britain." Harry stopped pacing, staring out the enchanted window that showed a view of London despite being hundreds of feet underground. In the distance, he could see the visitor's entrance to the Ministry of Magic. The same ministry that still employed former Death Eater sympathizers. The same ministry where Umbridge had only recently been quietly pensioned off rather than prosecuted. The same ministry that had begun slipping back into its old corrupt ways the moment the post-war spotlight dimmed. "I never wanted power," Harry said quietly. "And yet power has found you nonetheless," Ragnarok replied. "The question is what you will do with it." "You own what?" Ron's voice echoed through the kitchen at Grimmauld Place, causing Creature to glare disapprovingly as he set down a tray of tea. 26% of the ministry, apparently. Harry rubbed his temples. Among other things. Hermione hadn't spoken since Harry's revelation. She sat perfectly still, her analytical mind visibly working through implications. Finally, she looked up from her tea. "The pieces fit," she said slowly. The Peverells lived during the formation of magical Britain's governmental structures. It makes sense they'd have been involved in establishing the precursors to the ministry. Ron whistled. "Blimey, Harry. You're basically Merlin now, aren't you? What are you going to do? March in tomorrow and start sacking people?" "It's not that simple," Hermione interjected before Harry could answer. "Ministry governance evolved over centuries. These ownership rights probably manifest in specific, limited ways." Harry reached into his moleskin pouch, withdrawing a shrunken ledger which he enlarged with a tap of his wand. "According to this, I have the right to review all ministry financial records, veto power over departmental budgets, and the ability to call for performance reviews of any ministry official." "So you could technically get Robards sacked as head Auror," Ron said eagerly. He'd quit the Aurors 6 months earlier after growing frustrated with the bureaucracy and leadership, joining George at Weasley's Wizard Wheezes instead. "I could initiate a review that could lead to his removal," Harry clarified. "There's a difference." Hermione pulled the ledger toward herself, scanning the dense text with practiced efficiency. "There's more," she said after a moment. "You have preferred acquisition rights for any business or property the ministry seeks to regulate or purchase. And, oh." Her eyes widened. "You can appeal directly to the Wisengamot to overturn any ministry decree if you can prove it violates the original charter." "I never asked for any of this," Harry said quietly. "No, you didn't," Hermione agreed, her voice softening as she reached across the table to squeeze his hand. "But perhaps this is exactly what magical Britain needs right now." Harry raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" "The system is still broken, Harry." Hermione's expression darkened. "I've been fighting for house elf rights for 2 years with barely any progress. Kingsley's heart is in the right place, but he's hemmed in by old power structures and resistance to change. Not to mention the Daily Prophet undermining every reform attempt," Ron added bitterly. "Did you see that hit piece they ran on Dad's Muggle Protection Act amendments last week?" Harry's gaze sharpened. The Prophet article quoting anonymous ministry sources claiming the amendments would violate pureblood privacy. "That's the one," Ron nodded grimly. "Dad was devastated. He worked months on those protections." Harry stood suddenly, his decision crystallizing. "The Peverell holdings include a minority stake in the Daily Prophet." Hermione looked up sharply. "How much?" 15%, Harry said. "Not enough for control, but enough to get your foot in the door," Hermione finished, her mind racing ahead. "If you could acquire more shares. I could change how the Prophet reports on ministry reform efforts," Harry concluded. "Starting with proper coverage of your house elf legislation and Arthur's amendments." Ron leaned back in his chair, a slow smile spreading across his face. "You're not thinking small, are you?" "The Sorting Hat wanted me in Slytherin for a reason," Harry replied with a wry smile. "Maybe it's time I embraced that side of myself." Hermione's expression turned serious. "If you go down this path, you'll make powerful enemies, Harry." "I've had powerful enemies since I was 11, Harry said, determination hardening his voice. "The difference is, this time I have the resources to fight back." Diagon Alley buzzed with mid-morning activity as Harry approached the imposing marble facade of the Daily Prophet headquarters. Unlike the ostentatious ministry or the ancient splendor of Gringotts, the Prophet building maintained an austere, businesslike appearance that belied the sensationalism within its pages. "Are you certain about this approach?" Hermione asked, matching his stride. She'd taken a rare day off from her position in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures to accompany him. "The direct approach worked with Rita Skeeter years ago," Harry replied, adjusting the elegant robes Creature had insisted he wear. "Besides, subtlety would only give them time to prepare." The receptionist's eyes widened comically when Harry Potter stepped into the lobby, followed closely by Hermione Granger. Before she could recover enough to announce them, Harry strode purposefully toward the lift. "Mr. Potter. Do you have an appointment?" the flustered witch called after him. "With Mr. Cuff, yes," Harry replied without breaking stride or giving her time to verify his claim. "We know the way." The Prophet's editor-in-chief was in the middle of berating a young reporter when Harry opened his office door without knocking. Barnabas Cuff, a portly man with a meticulously groomed mustache, froze mid-sentence. "Mr. Potter," he recovered quickly, dismissing the relieved-looking reporter with a wave. "What an unexpected pleasure. Had I known you were coming, you'd have prepared a suitable spin for whatever I might say." Harry finished for him, his tone pleasant but firm. "That would defeat the purpose of my visit." Cuff's smile tightened. "Please, have a seat. Miss Granger, always a pleasure." Hermione nodded coolly as they sat in the plush chairs across from Cuff's cluttered desk. "I'll come straight to the point," Harry said, placing a folder on the desk. "I've recently discovered that I hold a 15% ownership stake in the Daily Prophet through my Peverell inheritance." The color drained from Cuff's face. "I wasn't aware the Peverell shares had been claimed." "They hadn't been, until recently," Harry confirmed. "I've also made arrangements to purchase the shares currently held by the Abbott and Macmillan families. Those acquisitions will bring my ownership to 43%. Cuff's mustache twitched nervously. "That's still not a controlling interest, Mr. Potter." "No," Harry agreed pleasantly. "But it's enough to call for a board meeting to discuss editorial direction. Particularly regarding the Prophet's coverage of ministry reform initiatives." "The Prophet maintains editorial independence, does it?" Hermione interjected, opening her own folder. "We have documentation of 17 payments from known pureblood interests to Prophet staff in the last 6 months alone. Payments that coincide rather neatly with negative coverage of reforms that would affect those same interests." Cuff's face flushed angrily. "How did you obtain that information?" "My Peverell rights include access to the Prophet's financial records," Harry said smoothly. "Records that the public and the Wisingamot might find quite interesting." The implied threat hung in the air. After a long moment, Cuff's shoulders sagged slightly. "What exactly do you want, Mr. Potter?" Harry leaned forward. "Two things. First, I want balanced coverage of ministry reform initiatives. Not propaganda, actual journalism that presents the facts without political slant. And second, I want to know who's been coordinating the campaign against Arthur Weasley's amendments." Cuff hesitated, sweat beading on his brow. "Mr. Potter, there are certain individuals who wield considerable influence." "Lucius Malfoy," Harry stated rather than asked. The editor flinched. "Mr. Malfoy has rebuilt many of his connections since his legal troubles. He represents a consortium of interests. Which is why the Prophet ran that piece claiming the amendments would allow ministry officials to search pure-blood homes at will, despite that being explicitly contradicted in the actual text." "Mr. Potter, the new editorial policy begins tomorrow," Harry cut him off. "The Prophet will print a factual analysis of the Muggle Protection Act amendments, written by someone who's actually read them. You'll also run a feature on House Elf rights that fairly presents the proposed regulations." "And if I refuse?" Cuff asked, a last flicker of defiance in his eyes. Harry smiled thinly. "Then I call for that board meeting, present evidence of editorial corruption, and exercise my right as a major shareholder to demand new management." Cuff stared at him for a long moment before nodding reluctantly. "It seems you've thought this through, Mr. Potter." "I've learned from experience, Mr. Cuff. The pen can be mightier than the wand, especially when it comes to shaping public opinion." Harry stood. "I'll expect to see those articles tomorrow." As they left the office, Hermione shot him an impressed look. "That was rather Slytherin of you." "I meant what I said to Ron," Harry replied quietly. "It's time to use every tool at my disposal." The changes at the Daily Prophet were immediate and dramatic. The next morning's edition featured a front-page analysis of Arthur's amendments that clearly explained their actual provisions: enhanced protections for Muggles against magical exploitation, stricter penalties for enchanting Muggle artifacts with harmful intent, and a streamlined process for addressing magical accidents involving Muggles, all while explicitly protecting wizarding privacy rights. An accompanying editorial praised the thoughtful balance between security and liberty in the proposed legislation. Arthur's wireless call to Harry that morning had been emotional, the older man's voice breaking as he expressed his gratitude. "I never expected to see the Prophet actually explain my work properly," Arthur had said. "Molly's already received 3 supportive owls from friends who'd been concerned about the earlier coverage." The following week brought equally fair coverage of Hermione's house elf regulations, explaining that they offered basic protections against abuse while respecting wizarding traditions. The editorial page called for reasoned dialogue on evolving our relationship with magical beings while honoring our heritage. Harry was reviewing the latest edition in his study when Ron burst in, face flushed with excitement. "Have you seen it?" Ron asked breathlessly, waving a parchment. "Dad's amendments passed the preliminary vote in the Wisengamot. 39-12. "That's brilliant," Harry said, genuinely pleased. "The Prophet coverage must have helped sway some of the fence-sitters." "That's only part of it," Ron said, dropping into a chair. "Word got round that you're behind the Prophet's new direction. People are talking about the Potter factor. Dad says 3 members who were planning to vote against it switched sides after hearing you supported the amendments." Harry frowned slightly. "I don't want people supporting legislation just because they think I want them to." "Too late for that, mate," Ron replied with a shrug. "You killed Voldemort. Twice. People listen when you take a stand." Before Harry could respond, a silver lynx Patronus materialized in the study. Kingsley Shacklebolt's deep voice emanated from the glowing figure. "Harry, I need to speak with you. My office, as soon as possible. Come alone, please." The lynx dissolved, leaving Harry and Ron exchanging concerned looks. "That didn't sound like a casual social call," Ron observed. "No," Harry agreed, standing to retrieve his cloak. "And if the Minister for Magic is concerned enough to send his Patronus rather than an owl. Want me to come with you?" Ron offered. "I can wait outside." Harry considered it briefly before shaking his head. "Better not. Whatever this is about, Kingsley specifically asked me to come alone. I'll send my Patronus if I need backup." "Be careful," Ron warned. "Dad says the old guard at the ministry has been unusually quiet lately. He thinks they're planning something." "I'm always careful," Harry replied with a faint smile, ignoring Ron's skeptical snort as he headed for the flue. The minister's office reflected Kingsley Shacklebolt's personality, dignified but unpretentious, with simple furniture and a distinct lack of the ostentatious magical artifacts his predecessors had favored. The tall, bald wizard himself stood gazing out the enchanted window when Harry arrived, hands clasped behind his back. "You wanted to see me, Minister?" Harry said after Kingsley's secretary had shown him in and closed the door. Kingsley turned, his normally impassive face showing signs of strain. "Harry. Thank you for coming so quickly. Please, sit." He gestured to a chair before settling into his own behind the desk. "I assume you know why I've called you here." "I have a few guesses," Harry replied carefully. "The Prophet's new editorial direction. My acquisition of shares in several ministry-adjacent businesses. Or perhaps my recently discovered Peverell inheritance. A faint smile touched Kingsley's lips. All of the above, actually. Word travels quickly in the ministry, especially when Harry Potter starts exercising centuries-old rites that most people didn't know existed. I haven't exactly been broadcasting it, Harry noted. No, but the goblins talk to certain ministry officials, who talk to others. Kingsley leaned forward, steepling his fingers. Harry, I need to understand what you're doing. Are you making a play for political power? Harry met the minister's gaze directly. I'm trying to help finish what we started after the war. The reforms that keep getting blocked by the old guard. By buying newspapers and businesses linked to the ministry. By ensuring fair coverage of reform efforts and removing leverage points that corrupt officials use to maintain their influence, Harry corrected. I'm not seeking office, if that's what you're asking. Kingsley studied him for a long moment before sighing. I believe you, Harry. But others won't. Lucius Malfoy requested a meeting with me this morning. He expressed grave concerns about what he called your consolidation of power. Harry couldn't suppress a derisive snort. That's rich, coming from Malfoy. What's he afraid of? That I'll expose more of his bribes and blackmail schemes? He's not alone in his concern, Kingsley cautioned. Several members of the Wisengamot have approached me as well. They're using terms like unprecedented concentration of influence and threat to wizarding governance. They're afraid I'll disrupt their comfortable corruption, Harry said flatly. Perhaps, Kingsley conceded. But Harry, they're not entirely wrong about the concentration of power. In the last 2 weeks, you've acquired significant stakes in the Prophet, Flourish and Blots, Twilfit and Tattings, and 3 apothecaries that supply St. Mungo's. Combined with your Peverell holdings, it's a level of economic and political influence we haven't seen in one person since. Since Voldemort? Harry suggested quietly. Kingsley winced. I was going to say since the days of the Wizards' Council. But the comparison others might draw does concern me. Harry leaned back, considering his words carefully. Kingsley, you know me. You know I have no interest in controlling people or seeking power for its own sake. But the system is broken. We both know it. You've been fighting the same battles I have, just from inside the ministry. And making progress, Kingsley insisted. Slowly, yes, but, too slowly, Harry interrupted firmly. The same corrupt officials who enabled Voldemort's rise are rebuilding their networks. Pureblood money is still controlling policy. Creatures like house elves and goblins are still treated as lesser beings. And every time someone tries to change things, they hit a wall of obstruction from people who profit from the status quo. Kingsley was silent for a long moment. What exactly is your plan, Harry? To use the influence I never asked for to create real change, Harry replied simply. To support you and others who want reform. And if necessary, to remove those who stand in the way of progress. And how do you plan to remove them? Kingsley asked carefully. Legally. Transparently. Harry leaned forward. My Peverell rights allow me to call for reviews of ministry officials if I can show cause. I intend to exercise that right, starting with officials who've taken bribes or abused their positions. Kingsley's expression was unreadable. You're talking about a fundamental restructuring of Wizarding Britain's power dynamics. I suppose I am, Harry acknowledged. Is that something you can support, Minister? The question hung between them. Finally, Kingsley sighed heavily. Officially, I need to maintain neutrality and follow proper procedures, he said carefully. Unofficially. He paused, lowering his voice despite the privacy charms surrounding his office. There are files in my private records that document suspected corruption I haven't been able to act on due to political constraints. Information that would provide ample cause for the reviews you mentioned. Harry nodded slowly. I understand. Be careful, Harry, Kingsley warned. The people you're challenging won't go quietly. They've already begun mobilizing against you. I expected nothing less, Harry replied grimly. But they've never faced an opponent with both the public influence of the boy who lived and the legal authority of a Peverell heir. As Harry stood to leave, Kingsley added, "One more thing. There have been unusual movements in and out of the Department of Mysteries lately. Unspeakables accessing archives that haven't been opened in centuries." Harry frowned. "Connected to my inheritance?" "I don't know," Kingsley admitted. "But the timing seems significant." The warning stayed with Harry as he navigated the ministry corridors back to the atrium. He noticed the whispers and stares following him, nothing new there, but the quality had changed. There was speculation in those glances now, calculation rather than mere celebrity watching. He was nearly to the floors when a cultured voice called out behind him. "Mr. Potter. A moment of your time, if you please." Harry turned slowly, unsurprised to find Lucius Malfoy approaching, silver-tipped cane tapping softly against the polished floor. The elder Malfoy had narrowly avoided Azkaban after the war, claiming Imperius influence once again and leveraging his last-minute defection during the Battle of Hogwarts. His political rehabilitation had been swift and, to Harry's disgust, largely successful. "Mr. Malfoy," Harry acknowledged coolly. "I'm rather busy at the moment." "I'm sure you are," Malfoy replied with a thin smile that didn't reach his cold grey eyes. "Acquiring businesses, exercising ancient rights, reshaping the political landscape. Quite ambitious for someone who once claimed to desire only a normal life." Harry kept his expression neutral. "Did you have an actual purpose in stopping me, or just vague insinuations?" Something dangerous flashed in Malfoy's eyes before his aristocratic mask reasserted itself. "Merely a word of friendly advice. The path you're treading has been walked before, by wizards far more versed in political maneuvering than yourself. It rarely ends well for the reformer." "Is that a threat, Mr. Malfoy?" "A historical observation," Malfoy corrected smoothly. "The established order has survived for centuries because it has effective mechanisms for self-preservation." Harry stepped closer, lowering his voice. "So did Voldemort, until he didn't. Your established order is built on corruption and blood prejudice. It's coming down, one way or another." Malfoy's smile tightened fractionally. "Such certainty. Such Gryffindor boldness. But tell me, Mr. Potter, have you considered who truly benefits from the Peverell inheritance falling to you now, after all these centuries? Magic this old always has conditions. Consequences." A chill ran down Harry's spine, though he kept his face impassive. "If that's another threat, not from me," Malfoy interrupted, his voice dropping further. "There are forces at work beyond your understanding, Potter. Forces that may be using you for their own ends. Ask yourself why the inheritance activated now. Ask what price comes with such power." Before Harry could respond, Malfoy gave a slight nod and turned away, his expensive robes swirling dramatically as he strode toward the lifts. Harry watched him go, mind racing. Was it merely an attempt to unsettle him, or did Malfoy know something about the Peverell inheritance that Harry didn't? The warning echoed Kingsley's mention of unspeakables accessing ancient archives. As Harry stepped into the flue, he made a mental note to have Hermione dig deeper into the Peverell history. If there were conditions or consequences to his inheritance, he needed to know them before proceeding further. Hermione's research skills hadn't diminished in the years since Hogwarts. Within days of Harry sharing his concerns, she had transformed a corner of Grimmauld Place's library into an investigative headquarters, with scrolls, books, and charts covering every available surface. "The problem," she explained as Harry and Ron surveyed her work, "is that most records about the Peverell family and the formation of the Ministry are either sealed in the Department of Mysteries or held privately by old families. Like the Malfoys," Harry surmised. "Exactly." Hermione pointed to a complex genealogical chart. "I've been able to trace connections between the original Peverell brothers and other founding families. The Malfoys intermarried with a Peverell cousin line around 1350. That might explain Lucius's apparent knowledge about your inheritance. Ron picked up a particularly ancient-looking tome. What about this? Governance Compacts of Wizarding Britain. That covers the transition from the Wizards' Council to the early ministry, Hermione explained. It mentions the Peverell family as guardians of balance within the new structure, but doesn't elaborate on what that means. Harry frowned. Guardians of balance? It could be merely ceremonial, Hermione said, though her tone suggested she didn't believe it. But there are references to a Peverell contingency that would activate if the ministry became corrupted beyond normal means of correction. Like now, Ron suggested. Possibly, Hermione agreed. The timing of your inheritance activating does align with significant post-war corruption reasserting itself. Harry paced the length of the library. So the inheritance might have activated specifically to enable me to reform the ministry? It's a theory, Hermione hedged. But Harry, magical inheritances this complex usually have safeguards and limitations. There may be consequences we don't yet understand. Malfoy hinted at the same thing, Harry mused. He asked who benefits from the inheritance activating now, and what price comes with the power. Classic intimidation tactic, Ron dismissed. He's trying to make you second-guess yourself. Maybe, Harry conceded. But both he and Kingsley mentioned forces beyond my understanding. And now this, Guardians of Balance, reference, it feels like I'm missing something important. Hermione chewed her lip thoughtfully. There might be another source of information. Not the Department of Mysteries or old family archives. Harry raised an eyebrow. Where? The Goblins, Hermione replied. They've maintained records since the founding of Gringotts. If anyone would know the full implications of your inheritance, it would be them. Ragnarok wasn't exactly forthcoming, Harry pointed out. He told me about the holdings but nothing about conditions or consequences. That's because you didn't ask the right questions, Hermione said with the faintest hint of her old know-it-all tone. Goblins are bound by certain magical protocols in inheritance matters. They can reveal basic information freely, but deeper implications only when directly questioned. Worth a try, Harry decided. I'll visit Gringotts tomorrow. Ron cleared his throat awkwardly. Actually, mate, you might want to go sooner than that. George heard from Angelina who heard from her friend in magical games and sports. There's a closed Wizengamot session scheduled for tomorrow afternoon. Apparently about regulatory oversight of inherited magical authorities. Harry and Hermione exchanged alarmed looks. They're moving against your Peverell rights, Hermione said, stating the obvious. They want to restrict your ability to call for reviews or exercise your ownership stake in the ministry. Can they do that? Harry asked. Technically, yes, with a supermajority vote, Hermione replied. Though it would violate several founding agreements. Which most of the Wizengamot members have probably never read, Harry finished grimly. Right. I'm going to Gringotts now. I need to understand exactly what I'm dealing with before they try to strip away rights I've barely begun to exercise. The senior goblin's chamber deep beneath Gringotts felt ancient in a way few wizarding spaces did. Carved directly from bedrock, illuminated by eternal flames and platinum sconces, it exuded a sense of timelessness that made Harry acutely aware of how young and inexperienced he was in comparison to the power structures he was challenging. Ragnarok sat behind a massive desk of black stone, flanked by two goblin elders whose names Harry hadn't caught. Their expressions were unreadable as Harry explained the situation. So you see, Harry concluded, I need to understand the full implications of my inheritance. All conditions, consequences, and limitations. Ragnarok exchanged glances with the other goblins before responding. Mr. Potter, what you're asking stretches the boundaries of what we can discuss. The Peverell protocols are among the most complex magical contracts we administer. But you can discuss them if I ask directly, Harry pressed. That's how goblin inheritance protocols work, according to Hermione Granger. A flicker of what might have been respect crossed Ragnarok's face. Ms. Granger is correct, as usual. Very well. Ask your specific questions, and I will answer what I can. Harry leaned forward. What is the Peverell contingency mentioned in historical records? The goblins visibly tensed. Ragnar's voice lowered to barely above a whisper. The contingency is a set of escalating powers granted to the Peverell heir if the ministry becomes corrupted beyond normal correction. It activates in stages, based on the heir's actions and the level of resistance encountered. What stages? Harry asked. Stage 1 grants the ownership and review rights you've already discovered. Stage 2 activates if ministry officials actively obstruct legitimate reform efforts, granting the heir authority to remove officials directly, without Wisengamot approval. Ragnar paused significantly. Stage 3 activates only in dire circumstances, when the corruption threatens the very foundations of magical Britain. And what does Stage 3 entail? The eldest goblin finally spoke, his voice like stone grinding against stone. Total dissolution of the existing ministry structure and temporary investiture of emergency powers in the Peverell heir to rebuild governance according to the original charter. Harry sat back, stunned. You're saying I could potentially dissolve the entire ministry? In the most extreme circumstances, yes, Ragnar confirmed. Though such power comes with significant magical constraints to prevent abuse. What constraints? Harry asked, suddenly understanding Malfoy's cryptic warning. The Peverell heir must act for the genuine benefit of magical Britain, not personal gain, the elder goblin explained. Each escalation of authority requires sacrifice. Stage 1 requires sacrifice of anonymity and normal life. Stage 2 requires sacrifice of personal safety and security. And Stage 3? Harry asked quietly. Ragnar met his gaze steadily. Stage 3 requires the ultimate sacrifice. The Peverell heir who invokes full contingency powers must relinquish all personal magic for 1 year and 1 day after the new governance is established, becoming, temporarily, a squib. The chamber fell silent as Harry absorbed this information. That's why the inheritance remained dormant for so long. No heir was willing to risk such a sacrifice. Few were worthy enough for the magic to activate at all, Ragnar corrected. The Peverell inheritance chooses its time and its heir carefully. Harry rubbed his temples, thinking rapidly. The Wisengamot session tomorrow, they're trying to prevent the contingency from progressing to Stage 2, aren't they? It would appear so, Ragnar agreed. Though they may not understand the full implications of what they're interfering with. The contingency is old magic, Mr. Potter. It does not respond well to obstruction. Meaning what, exactly? The elder goblin's expression grew grave. Meaning that attempts to legislatively block Peverell authority may trigger automatic escalation to Stage 2, rather than preventing it. The founding magic would interpret such actions as evidence of the corruption the contingency was designed to correct. Harry stood abruptly. I need to stop that Wisengamot session before they accidentally trigger something none of us is prepared for. Ragnar raised a gnarled hand. One final warning, Mr. Potter. There are those who understand the Peverell contingency far better than the average Wisengamot member. Forces that may be manipulating events to their advantage. Who? Harry demanded. That, we cannot say, Ragnar replied apologetically. But ask yourself who benefits if the ministry falls into chaos. Who has prepared for such an eventuality? And who might be positioned to fill a power vacuum if both you and the current leadership are compromised? Harry left Gringotts with more questions than answers, but one thing was clear, he needed to prevent the Wisengamot from taking action before he fully understood what he was dealing with. And for that, he would need allies within the system itself. Arthur Weasley's office in the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts department had grown slightly larger since his promotion to department head, but it remained cluttered with fascinating Muggle objects in various states of disassembly. He looked up in surprise when Harry burst in without knocking. Harry! What's wrong? You look like you've seen Inferi. Worse, Harry said grimly, closing the door and casting privacy charms with quick, practiced movements. I've seen the future if we don't act quickly. There's a closed Wisengamot session tomorrow about restricting inherited magical authorities. Arthur's expression turned serious. Yes, I'd heard rumors. Aimed at your Peverell rights, I assume. Not just that, Harry explained rapidly. Arthur, there's something called the Peverell contingency. Old magic tied to the ministry's founding. If the Wisengamot tries to block it legislatively, they could trigger magical consequences none of us is prepared for. He explained what the goblins had told him, watching Arthur's face grow progressively paler. Merlin's beard, Arthur breathed when Harry finished. I've heard whispers about founding contingencies, but I always thought they were just legends. Like the Chamber of Secrets was supposed to be. We both know how that turned out, Harry pointed out. I need to stop this vote before it happens. Who's behind it? Arthur hesitated only briefly. Officially, it's being presented by Eldritch Diggory from the Department of Magical Law and Historical Precedent. But everyone knows Lucius Malfoy drafted the proposal. Can you get me a copy? I shouldn't, Arthur said, already rummaging through his desk. But under the circumstances. He extracted a rolled parchment from a hidden compartment. Perkins smuggled this out of the preparatory committee meeting. Harry scanned the document quickly, his concern growing with each paragraph. This doesn't just restrict my rights, it would transfer oversight of historically derived authorities to a special Wisengamot committee. He looked up sharply. Let me guess who would chair that committee. Malfoy doesn't hold a Wisengamot seat officially, Arthur reminded him. But his proxy, Cyrus Greengrass, would likely lead it. Greengrass, Harry muttered. Another family with ties to the original ministry founding. He rolled up the parchment. Arthur, I need your help. Can you reach out to your allies in the Wisengamot? We need to delay this vote until I can present evidence of what it might trigger. Arthur nodded firmly. I'll contact Kingsley directly. If anyone can postpone a session, it's the minister. Thank you, Harry said sincerely. And Arthur, be careful. There's more going on here than we understand. The goblins hinted at some group manipulating events from the shadows. Wouldn't be the first time, Arthur said grimly. I'll be discreet. As Harry turned to leave, Arthur added, Harry, I know you never wanted this responsibility. But perhaps that's exactly why the magic chose you. Power seeks those who won't abuse it. Harry managed a wry smile. Tell that to Voldemort. Voldemort took power, Arthur corrected. You had it thrust upon you. There's a difference. The distinction stayed with Harry as he left the ministry. Power taken versus power bestowed. Choice versus responsibility. It reminded him uncomfortably of the prophecy that had shaped his early life. Was he merely trading one destiny for another? Lost in thought, he nearly collided with a witch outside the visitor's entrance. He mumbled an apology without really looking up. Mr. Potter, a melodious voice responded. Actually, I was hoping to run into you. Though perhaps not quite so literally. Harry looked up to find himself face to face with a striking witch in elegant grey robes. She appeared to be in her early 30s, with sharp features and intelligent eyes that studied him with undisguised interest. Do I know you? Harry asked cautiously. Juliana Blackwood, she introduced herself with a slight bow. Senior Investigator, Department of Magical Law Enforcement. And someone who shares your concern about tomorrow's Wisengamot session. Harry tensed. What do you know about that? More than most, Juliana replied quietly. Including the fact that it's a trap designed to force activation of Stage 2 of the Peverell contingency. Harry's hand moved instinctively toward his wand. How do you know about that? Because my family has been watching the Peverells for centuries, she answered calmly. The Blackwoods were allies of your ancestors when the contingency was created. We've preserved knowledge that others have forgotten or deliberately obscured. Prove it, Harry demanded. Juliana glanced around the busy street. Not here. Meet me at the Leaky Cauldron in 1 hour, private room 3. I'll explain everything. She handed him a small silver token engraved with an unfamiliar crest. Show this to Tom. He'll know it's legitimate. Before Harry could respond, she disappeared with a crack of apparition, leaving him holding the token and wondering if he'd just encountered an ally or another manipulator in a game he barely understood. It could be a trap, Ron insisted when Harry explained the encounter to him and Hermione at Grimmauld Place. Of course it could, Harry agreed. But if she really knows about the contingency, I need to hear what she has to say. Hermione examined the silver token carefully. This crest. I've seen it before, in one of the books about Ministry founding. The Blackwoods were part of the original Wizards' Council. Which could support her story, Harry pointed out. Or make her part of whatever shadow group the goblins warned you about, Ron countered. Harry checked his watch. I have to decide soon. The meeting's in 20 minutes. We'll come with you, Hermione declared firmly. We'll stay under the invisibility cloak in the room. If it's a trap, we can intervene. Like old times, Ron said with a grim smile. Rushing into danger with half a plan. Except this time we're not teenagers, Harry replied. And the stakes involve the entire wizarding government. The private room at the Leaky Cauldron was warded against eavesdropping, but Tom the barkeeper verified the token and led them to it without question. Harry entered alone, with Ron and Hermione invisible behind him. Juliana Blackwood was already seated at the small table, a tea service laid out before her. She raised an eyebrow as Harry carefully checked the room before sitting. Prudent, she commented. Though unnecessary. I'm here to help you, Mr. Potter. Forgive me if I don't take that on faith, Harry replied. How do you know about the Peverell contingency? Juliana poured tea for both of them. As I said, my family has watched over the Peverell legacy for centuries. We were bound by magical oath to preserve knowledge of the contingency and to assist the true heir when the time came. And you believe that time is now? The magic activated for you, did it not? She countered. But you've only scratched the surface of what it means. You know about the 3 stages, the sacrifices required. What you don't know is why the contingency exists in the first place. Harry leaned forward slightly. I assumed it was a failsafe against corruption. It's much more than that, Juliana said quietly. The Peverell contingency was created to prevent the rise of a shadow government that has manipulated magical Britain since before the Ministry existed. A group that called themselves the Conclave. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. He could almost feel Hermione tensing behind him. What exactly is this conclave? He asked. A council of the most powerful magical families who believed they should rule by right of blood and magic, Juliana explained. When the ministry was formed, they appeared to accept the new democratic structure. In reality, they simply moved their influence into the shadows, controlling key appointments and policies through a network of agents and magical bindings. That sounds like standard political corruption, Harry noted skeptically. Juliana shook her head. It goes deeper than bribes and favoritism. The conclave uses old magic, blood oaths, compulsion charms layered over generations, magical contracts embedded in ministry positions. Most officials don't even realize they're influenced. If they're so powerful, why haven't they stopped me already? Because your Peverell inheritance carries protections they can't easily overcome, Juliana replied. The contingency was designed specifically to counter their methods. That's why they're trying to trap you into triggering Stage 2 prematurely. How would that help them? Stage 2 requires the sacrifice of personal safety, Juliana reminded him. If they can force its activation before you're prepared, they can exploit your vulnerability to eliminate you entirely. Harry's skepticism was fading. Her explanation aligned too neatly with the warnings from both Malfoy and the goblins. Who exactly comprises this conclave? He asked. That's the challenge, Juliana admitted. Their identities are hidden behind layers of secrecy charms. We know some families with historical connections, the Malfoys, Knots, and Greengrasses are almost certainly involved. But they operate through proxies and unwitting agents. Like Eldritch Diggory presenting the Wisengamot proposal. Juliana looked impressed. You've done your homework. Yes, exactly like that. So what do you suggest I do about tomorrow's vote? Don't try to stop it, Juliana said, surprising him. Attend it. Exercise your right as a Peverell heir to address the Wisengamot directly before any vote affecting your inherited authorities. Then reveal the existence of the contingency publicly. That seems risky, Harry observed. Won't it just accelerate their plans? It will force them to operate in the open, Juliana countered. The Conclave's power comes from secrecy and manipulation. Public scrutiny is their greatest weakness. Harry considered her advice, trying to detect any deception in her manner. Why are you helping me? Family oath or not, this puts you at risk. For the first time, Juliana's composed expression faltered. My father was an unspeakable. He discovered evidence of the Conclave's influence in the Department of Mysteries. 3 days later, he died in what was ruled a spell experiment accident. I've spent the last 5 years gathering evidence to prove it was murder. The raw pain in her voice convinced Harry more than any logical argument could have. He recognized the determination of someone seeking justice for a loved one. I'm sorry about your father, he said quietly. I know what it's like to lose family to hidden enemies. Juliana nodded, composing herself. Then you understand why this matters. Tomorrow's Wisengamot session isn't just about your inheritance rights. It's the first public move in a conflict that's been brewing for centuries. A conflict I've been drafted into without realizing it, Harry observed wryly. Perhaps, Juliana agreed. Or perhaps the magic chose you precisely because you've faced such challenges before. Either way, Mr. Potter, the board is set. The only question is whether you'll play defensively or take control of the game. After Juliana left, Ron and Hermione removed the invisibility cloak, their expressions troubled. I think she's telling the truth, Hermione said slowly. It fits with everything we've learned about the Peverell inheritance and explains the warnings you've received. Could be an elaborate setup, Ron cautioned. Getting you to expose yourself at the Wisengamot. Maybe, Harry acknowledged. But my instincts say she's genuine. And if there really is a shadow organization manipulating the ministry, well, it wouldn't be the first conspiracy we've faced, would it? What are you going to do? Hermione asked. Harry's expression hardened with determination. Exactly what she suggested. Address the Wisengamot directly. But with a few additions of my own. He turned to Hermione. I need you to prepare a legal brief on the Peverell contingency, everything we know about it, with historical references. Ron, can you get word to Kingsley through your dad? I want him prepared for what I'm going to reveal. His friends nodded, the familiar energy of preparing for action energizing them all. Just like old times, Harry said with a grim smile. Except this time, we're not fighting a dark wizard. We're fighting the system that allowed dark wizards to rise in the first place. As they left the leaky cauldron, none of them noticed the hooded figure watching from the shadows, or the silver message Patronus that slipped away into the night. The Wisengamot chamber hummed with tension as Harry entered. 50 pairs of eyes tracked his progress down the central aisle, conversations dropping to whispers as he approached the visitors' gallery. He caught sight of Arthur Weasley offering an encouraging nod from his seat, while Lucius Malfoy observed with cold calculation from near the Chief Warlock's podium. Harry had dressed deliberately for the occasion, formal robes in deep green trimmed with silver and gold, the Potter and Black family crests visible on his chest, and a subtle Peverell symbol embroidered at his collar. The Elder Wand remained hidden in an arm holster, while his regular Phoenix Feather Wand rested visibly at his hip. Chief Warlock Tiberius Ogden called the session to order with 3 sharp raps of his gavel. This closed session of the Wisengamot will now commence. The first and only item on today's agenda is the proposed regulation of Historical Magical Authorities Act, presented by Eldritch Diggory. Diggory rose, a thin man with a perpetually worried expression. Thank you, Chief Warlock. The proposed act addresses a recent development concerning historically derived authorities that have activated after centuries of dormancy. These powers, while perhaps appropriate in their original context, present significant concerns in our modern governmental structure. Harry listened as Diggory outlined the legislation, which would effectively strip away his Peverell rights and transfer them to a Wisengamot committee. The language was carefully crafted to avoid mentioning him directly, but everyone in the chamber knew exactly who was being targeted. As Diggory concluded, Harry stood and stepped forward. Chief Warlock, I request the right to address the Wisengamot before voting commences. A murmur spread through the chamber. Ogden looked uncertain. Mr. Potter, this is a closed session. While your presence has been permitted as an interested party, there is no provision for non-members to speak. There is when the legislation directly affects inherited magical authorities, Harry countered firmly. Under Section 7 of the Wisengamot Charter of Rights, any holder of historically derived authority has the right to be heard when that authority is under consideration. Hermione had found that provision buried in an ancient text the night before. From Ogden's surprised expression, he hadn't expected anyone to know of it. Yes, that provision does exist, Ogden admitted reluctantly. Very well, Mr. Potter. You may address the chamber briefly. Harry moved to the speaker's position at the center of the chamber, feeling the weight of the Wisengamot's collective gaze. Members of the Wisengamot, he began, his voice steady and clear. The legislation before you today is presented as a simple regulatory measure. In reality, it represents something far more dangerous, an attempt to interfere with founding magic that protects the integrity of magical Britain's governance. He paused, noting the shifting expressions, concern from some, anger from others. When the Ministry of Magic was formed, the Peverell family, my ancestors, established a magical contingency to prevent corruption from undermining the new system. That contingency has remained dormant for centuries because it wasn't needed. Its activation now, through my inheritance, speaks to the level of corruption that has taken root in our institutions. Angry muttering broke out among several members. Lucius Malfoy's face remained impassive, but his knuckles whitened where he gripped his cane. Mr. Potter, Ogden interrupted, you appear to be impugning the integrity of this body. I'm stating facts supported by historical record, Harry replied calmly. And warning of magical consequences that many of you may not understand. The Peverell contingency cannot be legislated away. Attempting to do so will trigger escalation protocols embedded in the Ministry's founding magic. He withdrew a scroll from his robes. I've prepared a detailed explanation of the contingency, its purposes, and the consequences of interfering with it. I suggest you review this information before voting on legislation that could destabilize magical governance throughout Britain. As he spoke, Harry scanned the chamber, noting which members appeared genuinely surprised versus those who seemed unsettled by his knowledge. In the visitors' gallery, he spotted Juliana Blackwood watching intently, and beside her, unexpectedly, Draco Malfoy, whose expression was unreadable. What exactly are you suggesting, Mr. Potter? Asked Augusta Longbottom, her voice cutting through the murmurs. I'm suggesting that this legislation is not what it appears, Harry answered directly. It's an attempt by certain interests to prevent necessary reforms by neutralizing the contingency before it can fulfill its purpose. And what purpose is that? Lucius Malfoy spoke for the first time, his voice silky. To install yourself as the ultimate authority over our government? Harry met his gaze steadily. The purpose is to identify and remove corrupt influences that have manipulated the ministry from the shadows for generations. Influences that operate through a secret council known as the Conclave. The chamber erupted in chaos. Several members rose to their feet, shouting objections or demands for clarification. Others whispered urgently to their neighbors. Harry noticed at least 3 members slip quietly from the chamber, their expressions alarmed. Ogden banged his gavel repeatedly. Order. I will have order. When the chamber quieted, Kingsley Shacklebolt rose from the minister's seat. Chief Warlock, in light of Mr. Potter's statements and the serious implications they raise, I move that today's vote be postponed pending investigation of these claims. Seconded, Arthur Weasley called immediately. Lucius Malfoy's mask of composure slipped. This is absurd. Potter makes wild accusations about shadow conspiracies, and we're to delay critical legislation. This is precisely why regulation is needed, to prevent inherited authorities from undermining proper governmental process. With respect, Mr. Malfoy, Harry interjected, your family's historical connection to both the original Ministry founding and certain disappeared Peverell cousins makes your objection particularly interesting. A flash of genuine alarm crossed Malfoy's face before he controlled it. You tread on dangerous ground, Potter. I've been on dangerous ground since I was 11, Harry replied evenly. The difference now is that I understand the landscape better. Ogden looked thoroughly uncomfortable. Minister Shacklebolt has moved to postpone the vote. Those in favor? To Harry's relief, a clear majority raised their hands, including several members he'd expected to oppose him. Perhaps his warnings about magical consequences had struck home. The vote is postponed pending further investigation, Ogden declared, avoiding Malfoy's furious glare. This session is adjourned. As the chamber began to empty, Harry found himself approached by Augusta Longbottom. That was either very brave or very foolish, Mr. Potter, she said, her expression severe but not unkind. Possibly both. A Gryffindor tradition, Madame Longbottom, Harry replied with a small smile. Humph. Perhaps. She lowered her voice. My husband used to speak of rumors about a council that operated beyond ministry oversight. I dismissed them as paranoia. Now I wonder if I was too hasty. Before Harry could respond, she pressed a small object into his hand. This belonged to him. It may prove useful in your investigations. Harry glanced down to find a signet ring bearing an unfamiliar crest. When he looked up to thank her, Augusta had already moved away, her back straight as she exited the chamber. He was still examining the ring when Juliana Blackwood appeared at his side. Well done, she said quietly. You've bought time and forced them to regroup. And painted a larger target on my back, Harry noted. Juliana nodded grimly. The Conclave won't take this public challenge lightly. You should expect retaliation. I usually do, Harry replied. Though I'm more concerned about who they might target to get to me. A valid concern, Juliana agreed. Your friends should take additional precautions. As they spoke, Harry noticed Draco Malfoy hovering nearby, clearly wanting to speak but reluctant to approach. After a moment's hesitation, Harry nodded to him. Potter, Draco acknowledged stiffly as he joined them. That was unexpected. Which part? Harry asked. Me knowing about the legislation, or mentioning the conclave? Draco's eyes widened slightly at Harry's directness. Both, I suppose. He glanced at Juliana suspiciously. Who's your friend? Juliana Blackwood, she introduced herself. Senior investigator, DMLE. Recognition flickered in Draco's eyes. Blackwood. I see. He turned back to Harry. My father will be furious. He invested significant political capital in that legislation. I imagine he did, Harry agreed. The question is why he was so eager to restrict my Peverell rights specifically. Draco hesitated, internal conflict evident on his face. Finally, he said, you should know that he's been attending meetings at unusual hours. Meetings he won't discuss even with my mother. Harry exchanged glances with Juliana. Why are you telling me this, Malfoy? Draco looked uncomfortable. Whatever you might think of me, Potter, I've seen enough secretive plots to last a lifetime. After the war. I just want transparency. If there are forces manipulating the ministry, I'd rather they be exposed than continue operating from the shadows. The admission seemed genuine, surprising Harry. People really could change after war, sometimes for the better. Thank you for the information, Harry said sincerely. If you learn anything else, I'll find a way to let you know, Draco promised. He glanced toward the exit where his father waited, expression thunderous. I should go before he becomes suspicious. As Draco left, Juliana murmured, interesting. The Malfoy heir breaking ranks. People are full of surprises, Harry replied. Speaking of which, he showed her Augusta's ring. Any idea what this is? Juliana inhaled sharply. That's a Longbottom signet, but with the inner circle mark. It identifies the wearer as a member of the Counter-Conclave. The what? A group that formed to monitor and oppose Conclave influence, Juliana explained. My father was a member. I had no idea Augusta Longbottom's husband was involved. Harry pocketed the ring thoughtfully. Seems I have more allies than I realized. You'll need them, Juliana said grimly. Today was just the opening move in a very old game. The real battle is just beginning. As they left the Wizengamot chamber, Harry felt a strange mixture of determination and foreboding. He'd prevented the immediate threat to his Peverell rights, but in doing so, he'd publicly challenged a powerful secret organization he barely understood. The inheritance he'd never sought was pushing him toward a confrontation that had been brewing for centuries. All he could do was gather his allies, learn as much as possible about his opponents, and prepare for whatever came next. One thing was certain, the wizarding world was about to change. Whether for better or worse remained to be seen. Chapter 2, The Reformation. 6 months could change everything. Harry stood at the window of his newly acquired office in Diagon Alley, watching the morning crowds flow past the gleaming facade of the building. The brass plaque beside the entrance read simply, Peverell Holdings, giving no hint of the sweeping changes being orchestrated within. The Nimbus Racing Broom Company just accepted our offer, Hermione announced, entering with a stack of parchments hovering behind her. That makes 7 acquisitions this month alone. Harry turned from the window. Any resistance? None. Hermione settled the documents onto his desk with a flick of her wand. Once they learned you were the buyer, the board voted unanimously to accept. Your name still carries weight. As does Peverell Gold, Harry noted wryly. What's our total now? Hermione consulted a ledger. We now control or have significant stakes in 23 businesses that supply or service the ministry. Everything from broomsticks for the magical transportation department to potions ingredients for St. Mungo's. Harry nodded, satisfaction warming his chest. Since the confrontation in the Wizengamot, he'd moved methodically, using his inheritance to acquire strategic holdings throughout magical Britain. Each purchase strengthened his position while weakening the Conclave's hidden control mechanisms. The Prophet's running another piece on the reform initiatives today, Ron added, striding in with a newspaper tucked under his arm. Public approval's up 5 points since last week. Any response from Folly? Harry asked, taking the paper. Ron grimaced. Nothing printable. Word from Dad is she's been meeting with department heads daily, trying to maintain her grip. Esmeralda Folly had emerged as Harry's primary antagonist within the ministry bureaucracy. As head of the Department of Magical Administration, she controlled staffing, contracts, and internal regulations, all the machinery that kept the ministry functioning. Harry's investigation had revealed deep connections between Folly's department and suspected conclave operations. She can't block the audit forever, Hermione pointed out. The Wizengamot vote is scheduled for Monday, and we have the numbers. Unless something happens to change those numbers, Harry cautioned. He'd learned to anticipate opposition, especially as his reforms gained momentum. The door opened again to admit Neville Longbottom, whose grandmother's revelation about the counter-conclave had brought him firmly into Harry's circle of allies. Sorry I'm late, Neville said, looking more confident than he ever had at Hogwarts. Working alongside Harry had awakened leadership qualities in him that surprised everyone except Harry himself. I was finishing the security sweeps at the Hogwarts Board of Governors meeting. And? Harry prompted. McGonagall's proposal passed, Neville reported with a grin. Starting next term, Hogwarts will include mandatory coursework on magical governance and the history of the Ministry's founding. Brilliant, Ron exclaimed. That'll drive the old guard mental, actual facts being taught about how the system works. Education is our most powerful tool, Hermione agreed. If the next generation understands how the Ministry is supposed to function, they'll be better equipped to prevent corruption. Harry smiled, feeling a moment of genuine optimism. They were making progress, slow but steady erosion of the systems that had enabled corruption for generations. The conclave hadn't been eliminated, but its influence was being steadily constrained. A silver lynx Patronus materialized in the center of the room, speaking in Kingsley's deep voice, Folly making her move. Emergency session called to block audit powers. 2 hours. The Patronus dissolved, leaving tense silence in its wake. So much for having the numbers, Ron muttered. She must have found leverage on some of our supporters, Hermione reasoned. This is too sudden otherwise. Harry was already moving, retrieving his cloak. Neville, contact Augusta and the counter-conclave members on the Wizengamot. Ron, get word to your father, we need every ally present. Hermione, already on it, she replied, sending her otter Patronus streaking away with messages. I'll prepare the legal counterarguments. As they mobilized, Harry felt that familiar pre-battle clarity settling over him. 6 months of careful maneuvering had led to this confrontation. The conclave was finally being forced to take direct action rather than working from the shadows. They're getting desperate, he observed, more to himself than the others. That makes them dangerous, but it also makes them visible. His friends exchanged glances, recognizing his shift into strategic mode, the same focus he'd shown during the darkest days of hunting Horcruxes. We'll be right with you, Harry, Neville assured him, his voice steady. Just like always. Harry nodded gratefully. Let's go change the world, then. The Ministry atrium buzzed with unusual activity for a Friday afternoon. Harry's arrival caused the typical ripple of whispers and stares, but there was something different in the atmosphere, a tension that went beyond ordinary curiosity. Potter, a smooth voice called from near the security desk. Harry turned to find Draco Malfoy approaching, looking uncomfortable but determined. Their unlikely alliance had strengthened over the past months, with Draco providing crucial information about conclave activities gleaned from his father's indiscretions. Bit public for a meeting, Malfoy, Harry observed quietly as they shook hands for appearance's sake. No choice, Draco muttered. Father's watching me more closely since Greengrass defected to your side. I had to make this look like a chance encounter. Harry nodded understanding. What is it? Folly's brought in ringers from the European liaison offices, Draco said quickly. Wizengamot members who rarely attend but technically hold votes. 7 of them arrived by international port key this morning. That explains the sudden confidence, Harry mused. Those 7 votes would swing the balance. There's more, Draco continued, his voice dropping further. Security protocols have been modified for today's session. Different aura rotation, new scanning charms at the chamber entrance. Harry's eyes narrowed. Designed to keep someone out? Or to let something in? I don't know, Draco admitted. But the orders came directly from Folly's office, bypassing normal channels. Thanks for the warning, Harry said sincerely. Watch yourself, Malfoy. Draco's mouth twisted in a wry smile. Always do, Potter. The Sorting Hat put me in Slytherin for a reason. As Draco departed, Harry spotted Juliana Blackwood waiting by the lifts, her aura robes crisp and formal. Over the past months, their professional alliance had gradually evolved into something more personal, though neither had pushed for definitions. Trouble? She asked as he approached, nodding discreetly toward Draco's retreating form. Information, Harry corrected. Folly stacked the deck with European votes and changed security protocols. Juliana frowned. I wasn't notified of any security changes, and I'm on duty rotation for the chamber today. That's concerning, Harry said as they entered the lift. Draco didn't know specifics, but it sounds like Folly's circumventing normal Auror oversight. I'll make some inquiries, Juliana promised. She hesitated before adding, be careful in there, Harry. The Conclave doesn't play fair when cornered. The use of his first name rather than the formal, Mr. Potter, didn't escape his notice. Their relationship had been evolving in subtle ways, professional respect deepening into personal connection, cautious friendship warming with possibility. I learned to watch my back long before I knew about ancient conspiracies, Harry assured her with a small smile. But thanks for the concern. It's not just concern, she replied quietly. The patterns I'm seeing match what happened before my father was killed. Procedural irregularities, security modifications, unusual personnel movements. Her blue eyes held his. They're preparing something beyond parliamentary maneuvering. The lift stopped at level 2. I need to check in with my team, Juliana said. I'll see you at the session. As she exited, Harry found himself watching her longer than strictly necessary, admiring the confident purpose in her stride. Hermione had noticed his interest weeks ago and had taken to making pointed comments about professional boundaries and conflict of interest, which only highlighted how rare it was for Harry to connect with someone who understood both his public role and private burden. When Harry reached the Wizengamot chamber, he found it already half filled with members in plum robes, conversing in tense clusters. Arthur Weasley spotted him and made his way over. 7 votes from the European offices, Arthur confirmed without preamble. All with connections to pureblood families aligned with suspected conclave interests. So I heard, Harry replied. Can we counter them? Augusta's activated every counter-conclave ally, Arthur said. But even with full attendance, we're looking at a potential 2-vote margin. Any absences on our side would tip the balance. Then we need to make sure everyone attends, Harry said firmly. And hope no one gets cold feet when pressured. The chamber continued filling as the session's start time approached. Harry noted with growing concern that 3 of their stronger supporters hadn't yet arrived. He was about to send a Patronus when the massive doors swung open to admit Kingsley Shacklebolt, followed closely by an imposing witch with steel-grey hair pulled into a severe bun. Esmeralda Folly carried herself with aristocratic bearing, her expensive robes marking her as someone accustomed to power and deference. Despite never having held elected office, she wielded more practical authority than many department heads through her control of administrative functions. Her gaze swept the chamber calculatingly before settling on Harry with undisguised hostility. Mr. Potter, she acknowledged coldly as she passed. Still playing at governance, I see. Madam Folly, Harry returned evenly. Still subverting it, I see. Her eyes flashed dangerously. Enjoy your reforms while they last. The adults are reclaiming control today. Before Harry could respond, the chief warlock called the session to order. Harry took his place in the observation area, watching as Folly presented her motion to clarify and restrict the audit powers being used to investigate ministry operations. Her argument was cleverly constructed, appealing to traditional ministry autonomy while painting Harry's audit initiatives as disruptive interference by unelected influences. She never mentioned Harry or the Peverell rights directly, maintaining the fiction that this was about general governance principles rather than a specific power struggle. As debate opened, Harry scanned the chamber, counting votes and monitoring reactions. The 7 European members sat together, their expressions bored, clearly present only to cast predetermined votes. More concerning were the vacant seats where 3 of their supporters should have been. Where's Macmillan? Harry whispered to Hermione, who had joined him in the observation area. His secretary said he left for the ministry an hour ago, she replied worriedly. No one's seen him since. The debate continued, growing increasingly heated as Arthur Weasley and Augusta Longbottom led the opposition to Folly's motion. Harry noticed Juliana slip quietly into the chamber, positioning herself near the main doors with 2 other Aurors he recognized as counter-conclave allies. Her expression caught his attention, a subtle tension that spoke of danger anticipated. She caught his eye briefly, her hand shifting to rest near her wand in what appeared casual but conveyed clear warning. Harry's instincts, honed by years of danger, prickled in response. Something was wrong beyond the political maneuvering. He scanned the chamber more carefully, noting unusual patterns in the seating arrangements. Folly's strongest supporters had positioned themselves near exits, while several neutral members seemed unusually tense, their attention divided between the debate and periodic glances at a large ornate clock on the chamber wall. The clock, Harry murmured suddenly. It doesn't belong here. Hermione followed his gaze. What do you mean? That clock wasn't in the chamber last week, Harry said quietly, certainty growing. And look at how Folly's allies keep checking it. Understanding dawned in Hermione's eyes. A timing device for something. We need to. The chamber doors burst open, admitting a breathless junior Auror. Chief Warlock. We've found Wizengamot members Macmillan, Abbott, and Diggory unconscious in the level 4 maintenance area. They appear to have been ambushed and stunned. Chaos erupted as the implications became clear. Kingsley immediately ordered Aurors to secure the chamber, while the Chief Warlock called for calm. In the confusion, Harry's focus remained on the clock, which now showed 3 minutes to 4. As if sensing his attention, Folly glanced between him and the timepiece, her expression hardening with resolve. Evacuate the chamber, Harry called out, drawing his wand. That clock is. A massive concussive blast cut off his warning as the ornate clock exploded in a blinding flash. Screams filled the air as Wizengamot members were thrown from their seats by the shockwave. Through the ringing in his ears, Harry heard Folly shouting for an immediate vote despite the chaos, her allies already raising their hands in support. Protego Maxima. Harry and Hermione cast simultaneously, shielding the injured nearest them from falling debris. Through the smoke and confusion, Harry spotted Juliana battling 2 wizards who had seemingly appeared from nowhere, their wands flashing with curses no ministry official would use openly. Understanding struck him like another blast. The explosion was a diversion, allowing Conclave operatives to infiltrate the chamber during the confusion. Harry vaulted over the observation rail, deflecting a curse that streaked toward an unconscious Augusta Longbottom. Hermione, get the wounded out, he shouted. This was a setup. The chamber had devolved into madness. Some Wizengamot members were fleeing, others were trying to help the injured, while Folly's core allies maintained a protective formation around her as she continued calling for an immediate vote amidst the chaos. The session is suspended. Kingsley's magically amplified voice boomed over the din, all members evacuate immediately. Folly's face contorted with rage. The vote must proceed. We have quorum despite these unfortunate events. Harry fought his way toward Juliana, who was now outnumbered 3-1 by attackers using the confusion as cover. A cutting curse grazed his shoulder as he ducked and weaved through the debris-strewn chamber. Stupefy, he cast, dropping one of Juliana's attackers. Incarcerus. Ropes bound another. Behind you. Juliana warned, already pivoting to shield him from attack. Harry spun in time to see a masked figure aiming directly at his chest, the distinctive wand movement of a killing curse beginning. Time seemed to slow as green light gathered at the attacker's wand tip. Before the curse could complete, Juliana tackled Harry sideways, both of them crashing behind an overturned bench as the killing curse blasted a smoking hole in the wall behind them. Department of Magical Law Enforcement. More Aurors poured into the chamber, led by Ron in his capacity as special consultant. Drop your wands. The masked attackers disapparated with sharp cracks, exploiting whatever security breach had allowed them entry. In the sudden relative quiet, Harry became acutely aware of Juliana's weight pressed against him, her breathing quick but controlled. Are you hurt? She asked, scanning him for injuries even as she maintained her defensive position. I'm fine, Harry assured her, though his shoulder stung where the cutting curse had struck. You just saved my life. Professional courtesy, she replied with a tight smile that didn't quite mask her relief. Can't have the Peverell heir dying on my watch. Their eyes held for a moment longer than necessary before they separated, returning to professional mode as they helped secure the chamber. The aftermath revealed the full scope of the plot. The explosion had been precisely calculated, powerful enough to cause chaos but designed to avoid fatal injuries that would trigger a full security lockdown. The real goal had been to eliminate or intimidate key votes while forcing through Folly's motion during the confusion. 3 dead, Kingsley reported grimly when order was finally restored. 12 injured seriously enough for St. Mungo's. And somehow, anti-disapparition wards were selectively disabled for specific parts of the chamber. An inside job, Harry concluded, watching as healers tended to the wounded. Someone with access to the chamber's security protocols. Folly, Juliana stated with certainty. The security changes Malfoy warned you about, they weren't for keeping people out. They were for allowing a coordinated attack and escape, Harry finished. Where is she now? Disappeared during the chaos, Kingsley said heavily. Along with her core allies and those European votes. Harry's expression hardened. This goes beyond political maneuvering. This was attempted murder in the Wizengamot chamber itself. The conclave is getting desperate, Juliana observed. They're abandoning subtlety for direct action. Which means they fear what we're uncovering, Harry replied. We need to accelerate the investigations, especially into Folly's department. After this, you'll have the support, Kingsley assured him. No one can deny the corruption now. Harry wasn't so certain. Violence could either galvanize opposition to corruption or frighten people into submission. Everything would depend on how the attack was presented to the public. We need to get ahead of this story, he told Hermione when she returned from helping the injured. The Prophet needs the facts before someone else controls the narrative. Already on it, she confirmed. I've contacted Luna at the Quibbler too, for backup coverage. As the chamber slowly emptied, Harry found himself standing amidst the wreckage, the symbolic impact not lost on him. The very heart of wizarding governance had been attacked, not by outside terrorists, but by forces within the system itself. Stage 2, he murmured, understanding dawning. They were trying to force the contingency to escalate. What? Juliana asked, rejoining him after coordinating with her Auror team. The attack wasn't just about stopping the vote, Harry explained. If I'd been killed, it would have triggered Stage 2 of the Peverell contingency automatically, the sacrifice of personal safety. Except I wouldn't be alive to control it. Juliana's eyes widened. Creating a power vacuum they could exploit. Exactly. Harry surveyed the destruction thoughtfully. But they failed. Which means, they'll try again, Juliana finished grimly. The headlines the next morning left no room for ambiguity. Terror attack in Wizengamot Folly implicated in plot to assassinate Potter Ministry in crisis as corruption exposed. The Daily Prophet's front page showed a magical photograph of Harry shielding injured Wizengamot members, blood visible on his torn robes. The accompanying article detailed the attack and the evidence linking it to Folly's security changes. They're calling it the Wizengamot Massacre despite the relatively low casualty count, Ron observed as they gathered in the secure basement of Grimmauld Place, which had been converted into a command center for their operations. Dramatic, but effective, Hermione noted. Public opinion has swung dramatically. We're seeing an 87% approval rating for full ministry audits now. Harry nodded, studying the maps and documents covering the walls. In the hours following the attack, they had accelerated their intelligence gathering, pulling together everything they knew about Folly and her conclave connections. Any sign of her? He asked. Nothing confirmed, Neville reported. But we've had reports of unusual activity at 3 properties with historical conclave connections. Grandmother is coordinating counter-conclave surveillance. Harry turned to where Juliana stood examining a complex magical diagram. Their shared brush with death had shifted something between them, an unspoken acknowledgement of feelings that had been building for months. What about the security breach? He asked her. Any leads? 2 junior security officers have been taken into custody, she replied. Both claim they were under Imperius, which is being verified. The more concerning discovery is this: she pointed to a section of the diagram. The chamber's defensive wards weren't just temporarily disabled. They were fundamentally altered. Meaning? Harry prompted. Meaning someone with deep knowledge of the Ministry's founding magic made changes at the core architecture level, Juliana explained. This goes beyond Folly's administrative authority. Someone with expertise in ancient magical structures was involved. An unspeakable, Harry concluded. The Department of Mystery's connection we've suspected. Most likely, Juliana agreed. The modifications show signs of the same magical signature found in other compromised Ministry systems we've investigated. Harry absorbed this, connecting threads in the complex conspiracy they were unraveling. So the Conclave has reach into the Department of Mysteries, administrative offices, and international liaison positions. Plus enough influence to organize a coordinated attack within the Ministry itself. They're deeply embedded, Kingsley confirmed, having arrived partway through the discussion. But they've never been this exposed before. The attack has forced them into the open, and the public is demanding answers. Which gives us an opportunity, Harry said, determination hardening his voice. It's time to take direct action. How quickly can we implement the full audit of administrative department records? With emergency powers granted after the attack. Immediately, Kingsley replied. I've already signed the authorization. And the Peverell review rights? Harry asked. Activated for all department heads and senior officials, Hermione confirmed. The Wisengamot Emergency Committee approved it unanimously this morning. Harry nodded, a strategy forming. We need to move quickly before they regroup. Hermione, coordinate with Arthur's team to secure all administrative records. Ron, work with Juliana to identify and track all suspected Conclave associates. Neville, I need the Counter-Conclave to monitor all potential safe houses and meeting locations. As they dispersed to their assignments, Kingsley remained behind. You realize what this means, don't you? He asked quietly. That we're accelerating toward stage 2 of the contingency, Harry acknowledged. The attempted assassination may have failed, but it still represents the sacrifice of personal safety. Are you prepared for what comes next? Kingsley asked. Stage 2 grants you direct authority to remove officials, but it also makes you the primary target of every Conclave operative. Harry's expression was grim but resolved. I've been a target since I was a year old, Kingsley. At least now I'm fighting back against the system that enabled Voldemort, not just his symptoms. Later, as evening fell, Harry found himself alone in the library of Grimmauld Place, reviewing intelligence reports and planning next steps. The house had become quieter since he'd relocated most operations to more secure locations, leaving only the library as a personal workspace. A soft knock interrupted his concentration. Come in, he called, expecting Creature with evening tea. Instead, Juliana entered, still in her Auror robes but with her hair freed from its usual professional restraint. Security update, she explained, holding up a sealed folder. Too sensitive for regular channels. Harry gestured to the chair opposite his. Anything urgent? Surveillance confirmed Folly meeting with Lucius Malfoy at a property in Cornwall, she reported, passing him the folder. They were joined by an unspeakable we've identified as Corvus Blackthorn. The same one connected to the ward manipulations? Harry asked, examining the magical photographs inside. The very same, Juliana confirmed. The meeting lasted 3 hours, after which they separated to different locations. We're tracking all 3. Harry nodded, studying the images thoughtfully. They're planning their counterattack. Almost certainly, Juliana agreed. She hesitated before adding, Harry, there's something else you should know. Personal, not operational. He looked up, noting the unusual tension in her normally composed demeanor. What is it? I've been removed from the official investigation into the Wisengamot attack, she said carefully. Officially due to personal involvement with a key witness and target. Harry's eyebrows rose. Personal involvement? A faint flush colored her cheeks. Apparently saving your life and then spending 18 hours coordinating your security detail constitutes a conflict of interest. At least according to my supervisor, who coincidentally has ties to 3 suspected conclave families. They're isolating you, Harry realized. Cutting you off from official resources. It would appear so, she agreed with a wry smile. Though they've underestimated how many allies I have within the department. Harry studied her for a long moment. You're taking this remarkably calmly. I've been expecting it, she admitted. My investigation into my father's death made me a target long before I met you. This just confirms I was on the right track. The professional mask slipped slightly, revealing the personal cost of her years-long pursuit of justice. Harry recognized the familiar weight of purpose mixed with loss. He'd carried a similar burden most of his life. We make quite a pair, he observed quietly. Both fighting shadows most people don't even see. Perhaps that's why we understand each other, she replied, holding his gaze. The moment stretched between them, filled with unspoken recognition of the connection that had been building. Neither had pursued it actively, both too focused on the larger mission, both too wary of complications. But nearly dying had a way of clarifying priorities. I should go, Juliana said finally, rising from her chair. I have a debriefing with counter-conclave contacts in an hour. Harry stood as well. I'll walk you out. The wards have been strengthened since yesterday. As they reached the entrance hall, an uncomfortable awareness settled between them. This might be the last relatively private moment they would have for some time. The coming days would bring escalating conflict as Harry pushed forward with his reform agenda and the conclave fought to maintain control. Juliana, Harry began, uncharacteristically hesitant. About that, personal involvement. She turned to face him, professional composure giving way to genuine vulnerability. Yes. Is it just their perception, or is there something real behind their concern? He asked the question directly, years of facing death having taught him the value of honesty in moments that mattered. What do you think? She countered softly. Harry stepped closer, decision made. I think we've been circling something important while pretending it was just professional alliance. And now? Her voice remained steady, but her eyes revealed deeper emotion. Now I'm tired of pretending, he said simply, and closed the distance between them. The kiss was tentative at first, a question rather than a demand. When she responded, drawing him closer, the connection deepened into something that felt inevitable, 2 people who understood each other's burdens finding unexpected solace in shared purpose. When they finally separated, Juliana's composed expression had returned, though her eyes remained soft. That was either very wise or very foolish, Mr. Potter. A Gryffindor tradition, he replied with a small smile. I should still go, she said, though with clear reluctance. The conclave won't wait while we sort out personal matters. Harry nodded understanding. Be careful out there. They'll be watching you more closely now. I always am, she assured him. At the door, she paused. For what it's worth, I don't regret the personal involvement. Whatever comes next. After she left, Harry returned to the library, his mind surprisingly clear despite the complication he'd just embraced. Some connections were worth the risk, especially when facing enemies who would target you regardless. He turned his attention back to the intelligence reports, more determined than ever to push forward with the reforms. The next phase would be the most dangerous yet, direct removal of corrupt officials using his escalated Peverell authority. The conclave would fight back with everything they had. But for the first time in months, Harry felt something beyond grim determination. Something that felt remarkably like hope. The Ministry of Magic had never seen anything like it. 1 week after the Wizengamot attack, Harry Potter stood on the steps of the atrium fountain, surrounded by Aurors, counter-conclave allies, and representatives from every department. Behind him hung a massive magical display showing evidence of corruption, illegal activities, and conclave connections discovered during the emergency audits. For generations, the Ministry of Magic has been manipulated by hidden interests, Harry began, his voice magically amplified to reach the hundreds gathered in the atrium and the thousands more listening via Wizarding wireless network. Today, that manipulation ends. The crowd's attention was absolute. After the Wizengamot attack, the Wizarding public was primed for revelation and action. Using the emergency powers granted by the Wizengamot and my inherited Peverell authorities, I am exercising the right to remove officials who have betrayed public trust through corruption, illegal activity, or service to interests counter to the welfare of magical Britain. He gestured to the display, which shifted to show a list of names and positions. These 43 officials have been found, through thorough investigation and due process, to have engaged in activities warranting immediate removal. Evidence packets have been provided to the DMLE for criminal prosecution where appropriate. Murmurs spread through the crowd as people recognized names, some expected, others shocking in their prominence. This is not a political purge, Harry continued firmly. Among those removed are supporters of various factions and ideologies. The common thread is not their politics but their corruption. Every removal is supported by evidence that will be made publicly available. He paused, letting the magnitude of the moment settle. Beyond these removals, I am announcing a fundamental restructuring of ministry operations to prevent such corruption from taking root again. Departments will no longer operate in isolation. Oversight will be strengthened. Transparency will become standard practice rather than exception. The display shifted to show a new organizational structure designed by Hermione and a team of reform-minded officials. The changes were sweeping but logical, focusing on accountability and checks against unilateral power. This restructuring begins immediately and will be completed within 30 days. During this transition, an oversight committee composed of representatives from all departments, the Wizengamot, and independent magical organizations will ensure continuity of essential services. Harry could feel the weight of history in this moment, decades of entrenchment being challenged in a single, decisive action. The conclave had never faced such a direct, public confrontation. Some will call these changes radical, he acknowledged. They are not. They simply restore the original intent of ministry governance as established in the founding charter: service to all magical beings, transparency in operation, and accountability to the public rather than to hidden interests. He turned slightly, addressing the next section directly to the cameras recording for the wireless. To those officials in hiding after the Wizengamot attack, Esmeralda Folly, Corvus Blackthorn, and their associates, I offer one opportunity: return voluntarily within 7 days to face investigation, or be declared enemies of magical Britain with all corresponding legal consequences. The boldness of the declaration caused a stir. No one had ever directly challenged conclave operatives in such a public forum. Finally, to the organization known as the Conclave, Harry continued, his voice hardening. Your centuries of manipulation are ending. Your agents are being exposed. Your methods are being dismantled. Whatever your original purpose may have been, you have become what you perhaps once opposed: a corrupt influence undermining magical governance for private gain. He paused, letting his next words carry maximum impact. I do not seek conflict for its own sake, but I will not hesitate to use every authority at my disposal to restore integrity to our institutions. The choice is yours: adapt to transparency or face elimination as a political force. As he concluded his address, the atrium erupted in a mixture of applause, shocked conversation, and frantic reporting. Harry didn't linger for questions, instead moving directly to the operations center established in the minister's expanded office, where his core team awaited. Well, that should get their attention, Ron commented as Harry entered. It already has, Kingsley confirmed, indicating a magical map tracking magical activity throughout Britain. Dozens of locations were pulsing with unusual energy signatures. We're detecting emergency apparition and portkey activations at known conclave properties. They're mobilizing. As expected, Harry replied calmly. Neville, are our surveillance teams in position? All targets covered, Neville confirmed. The counter-conclave network is fully activated. If they're meeting, we'll know where. Hermione looked up from coordinating transition teams. The first wave of dismissal notices have been delivered. No violent resistance so far, though 3 officials attempted to destroy records before security teams intervened. And the public response? Harry asked. Overwhelmingly positive, Arthur Weasley reported, having just arrived from the wireless station. 93% support for the removals based on initial polling. Even traditional conservative factions are backing the changes after seeing the evidence of corruption. Harry nodded, satisfied with the initial phase but not allowing himself to celebrate. The real test comes next. The conclave won't surrender power without a fight. What kind of response do you expect? Kingsley asked. If they follow historical patterns, they'll try 3 approaches simultaneously, Harry explained, pointing to different sections of the tactical display. Economic pressure through their remaining business connections. Political counterattack via their international allies. And direct action against key reform leaders. Including you, Juliana noted, entering with a security update. Her official removal from the investigation had become moot once Harry activated his Peverell authority to create an independent security task force, which she now led. Especially me, Harry agreed. They'll see this as a direct escalation to Stage 2 of the contingency, which it effectively is. The room sobered at the reminder of what Stage 2 entailed, Harry's sacrifice of personal safety in exchange for expanded authority. We've upgraded security at all key locations, Juliana assured everyone. And implemented the rotating safe house protocol for all primary targets. Her eyes met Harry's briefly. No one operates alone, no one maintains predictable patterns. Harry turned to address the full team. This is the moment the conclave has feared for generations, public exposure and direct challenge to their authority. Their response will be proportional to that fear. In other words, Ron translated grimly, all hell's about to break loose. Precisely, Harry confirmed. But for the first time, we have the initiative, public support, and legal authority on our side. The conclave has operated from shadows for centuries. We're dragging them into the light, and they won't find it comfortable. The meeting transitioned into operational planning, with teams dividing responsibilities for the complex implementation ahead. Harry moved between groups, providing direction and answering questions, embodying the leadership role he'd never sought but had grown to fill with increasing confidence. Later, as the day's frenetic activity finally wound down, Harry found himself alone with Juliana in a small strategy room, reviewing security protocols for the coming weeks. The safe house rotation starts tonight, she reminded him. Your first location is prepared. Harry nodded, studying the elaborate security measures. And you? Adjacent rotation, overlapping at secure transition points, she replied professionally. Then, her voice softening slightly, though I'll be coordinating your personal detail directly. Keeping that personal involvement professional, he asked with a hint of a smile. Trying to, she admitted. Not entirely successfully. Their relationship had remained largely undefined since that kiss at Grimmauld Place, both recognizing that the escalating conflict left little room for personal exploration. Yet the connection had only strengthened, understanding passing between them in glances and brief moments amidst the chaos. When this is over, Harry began. Let's win first, Juliana suggested gently. Then we can figure out what comes after. Harry nodded understanding. Fair enough. Though I'm beginning to think having something to look forward to beyond conflict isn't such a bad thing. It isn't, she agreed, allowing herself a rare unguarded smile. Just don't let it distract you from staying alive. Speaking from experience? He asked, noting the shadows behind her eyes. My father was distracted the day he died, she acknowledged quietly. Thinking about our planned holiday rather than the danger surrounding him. I won't make the same mistake. Harry reached for her hand, a simple gesture of understanding. Neither will I. But I won't stop living while fighting either. That's what they want, for us to become so consumed by opposition that we forget what we're fighting for. She intertwined her fingers with his briefly. When did you get so wise, Potter? Somewhere between dying and coming back, he replied with wry honesty. Gives a person perspective. Their moment of connection was interrupted by a sharp knock. Ron entered, his expression troubled. We've got movement. Major magical disturbance at St. Mungo's. Initial reports suggest an attack on the new hospital administration. Harry and Juliana separated immediately, shifting back to operational mode. Casualties? Harry asked sharply. For injuries reported so far. No deaths confirmed, Ron replied. Security teams are responding, but it's chaos. They hit during shift change. They're sending a message, Harry concluded grimly. Testing our response and reminding us they can strike vulnerable targets. And showing that our reforms have consequences, Juliana added, already gathering her equipment. Typical terrorist tactics. Harry's expression hardened. Organize a response team. I'll meet you at the apparition point in 5 minutes. As Ron departed to relay the orders, Juliana gave Harry a measuring look. You know it could be a diversion to draw you out. Of course, Harry acknowledged. But refusing to respond to an attack on innocents isn't an option. We'll take appropriate precautions. She nodded, understanding his position even as her security instincts objected. Just remember, you're their primary target now. Every public appearance is an opportunity for them. I haven't forgotten, Harry assured her. But if I hide while they attack what we're building, they've already won. As they prepared to respond to this first counterattack, Harry felt the weight of Stage 2 settling fully onto his shoulders. His public declaration had committed him to this path, with all its dangers and sacrifices. There would be no returning to the shadows, for either side. The reformation he'd initiated was gaining momentum, but the true battle was only beginning. The Conclave had centuries of entrenchment to defend, and they would use every weapon at their disposal to maintain their power. Harry Potter, who had never sought power for himself, now wielded more authority than any wizard since the Ministry's founding. The irony wasn't lost on him. Nor was the responsibility. Ready? Juliana asked as they reached the apparition point where the response team waited. Harry nodded, determination replacing reflection. Let's show them that their old tactics won't work against the new ministry. Together, they disapparated into the growing conflict, a conflict that would ultimately determine whether magical Britain's governance remained in shadows or finally emerged into the light. Chapter 3, The Revelation. 3 months after Harry's public declaration of war against the Conclave, the reformed Ministry of Magic hummed with unprecedented activity. Security checkpoints gleamed with new enchantments. Interdepartmental task forces collaborated in glass-walled conference rooms that had replaced secretive offices. Magical displays updated in real time, tracking progress on dozens of reform initiatives. On the surface, it looked like victory. Harry knew better. 7 attacks in the last 2 weeks, he reported grimly to the emergency council gathered in the minister's expanded office. St. Mungo's, Hogwarts supply train, 2 Auror safe houses, the magical transportation hub, Gringotts Ministry branch, and now the Daily Prophet printing facility. The magical map dominating the wall showed each location pulsing with red light, creating a strategic pattern visible to anyone with eyes to see. They're encircling core ministry functions, Kingsley observed. Cutting supply lines, disrupting communications, isolating security forces. Classic insurgency tactics, Juliana agreed, her professional demeanor masking the exhaustion they all felt. They've adapted quickly since we drove them underground. Harry traced the pattern with his wand, illuminating connections between the attack sites. They're not just targeting functions. They're targeting symbols of our reforms. Every location represents a system we've overhauled or an ally who's supported us publicly. The gathered leaders absorbed this soberly. 3 months of relentless conflict had worn away initial optimism, replacing it with hardened determination. The conclave had responded to Harry's public challenge with a campaign of strategic violence, economic disruption, and political undermining that tested their reforms at every turn. Casualties have been minimal, Arthur Weasley pointed out. They're showing restraint. Not restraint. Calculation, Harry corrected. They want to erode public confidence in our ability to provide security without turning the population against them through excessive bloodshed. Hermione, who had been uncharacteristically quiet, finally spoke. These patterns match historical insurgencies precisely. Too precisely. Her eyes met Harry's across the table. It's as if they're following a playbook. They are, Harry confirmed, reaching into his robes to extract a small, ancient-looking leather-bound book. This was recovered from a conclave safe house during last week's raid. He placed it on the table, where it sat innocuously despite the power it represented. The Strategicon of Governance. Written by Titus Peverell in 1327. A ripple of surprise moved through the room. Your ancestor? Kingsley asked. Yes. According to our research, Titus Peverell was among the first to identify and oppose conclave influence within early ministry structures. Harry opened the book carefully. This manual details methods for both establishing and countering shadow governance. The conclave is using techniques from this text against us. How did they get a Peverell family document? Ron asked. That's where it gets complicated, Harry replied. Juliana, would you explain what we've discovered? She stepped forward, activating a complex genealogical chart on the adjacent wall. Our investigation has revealed that the relationship between the Peverells and the conclave is more complex than we initially believed. The Peverells weren't just opponents of the conclave. They were founding members. Shock registered on several faces. According to records recovered from the Department of Mysteries archive, the original conclave formed during the post-Roman governance vacuum, when magical society needed structure separate from Muggle feudal systems, Juliana explained. The Peverells were among 7 founding families who created a governing council based on magical merit rather than Muggle-recognized nobility. So the conclave began as a legitimate governing body? Arthur asked, clearly struggling to reconcile this with their current understanding. For nearly 3 centuries, yes, Juliana confirmed. But around 1100 AD, a schism occurred. 3 families, including the Peverells, advocated for broader governance incorporating more magical families and beings. The other 4 wanted to maintain exclusive control and began emphasizing blood purity as a qualification for leadership. Harry took up the explanation. The Peverell faction broke away, eventually helping establish the precursors to the Wizards' Council, which later evolved into the Ministry. The remaining conclave families went underground, maintaining influence through increasingly secretive and corrupt methods. And the Peverell contingency? Kingsley prompted. Was created as a failsafe against the Shadow Conclave, Harry finished. My ancestors anticipated that the Ministry might eventually be corrupted from within, so they embedded magical protections and authorities that would activate when needed. Hermione stared at the genealogical chart, her analytical mind clearly processing implications. This explains why the conclave has been so effective at countering our moves. They're not just fighting ministry reforms, they're fighting a centuries-old enemy they've prepared for. Precisely, Harry agreed. And now we know why my inheritance activated when it did. The contingency isn't just responding to general ministry corruption. It's specifically designed to counter conclave resurgence. The council absorbed this revelation in troubled silence. What had seemed a straightforward fight against corruption now revealed itself as the latest battle in an ancient magical conflict most of them hadn't known existed. There's more, Juliana added quietly. The Strategicon contains a prophecy. Every eye turned to Harry, who visibly tensed at the word. His life had been shaped by prophecy once before, with devastating consequences. Not that kind of prophecy, he clarified. More a magical principle observed over generations. According to Titus Peverell, when the contingency activates, both sides are driven toward their essential nature. The conclave becomes more extreme in its methods, while the contingency heir faces constant pressure toward absolute authority. Meaning? Arthur asked. Meaning the longer this conflict continues, the more the conclave will embrace violence and control, Harry explained. And the more I'll be tempted to respond with increasingly authoritarian measures. Hermione's expression darkened with concern. You're saying the contingency itself creates a spiral of escalation. It creates circumstances where both sides must choose their true nature, Harry corrected. The magic doesn't force choices, it intensifies the consequences of the choices we make. The implications hung heavily in the air. 3 months of conflict had already pushed boundaries none of them had anticipated crossing. Ministry reforms that began with transparency and accountability had evolved to include surveillance systems, preventive detention, and unprecedented executive authority. We need to end this quickly, before further escalation, Kingsley concluded. Agreed, Harry said. Which brings us to the next phase of our strategy. He waved his wand at the tactical display, which shifted to show a new set of targets, private estates, businesses, and foreign holdings connected to suspected conclave families. Until now, we've been reactive, responding to attacks, defending reformed institutions, gradually exposing conclave agents within the ministry. It's time to take the offensive. Hermione's eyes widened as she recognized the implications. Harry, those are private holdings. Many aren't directly implicated in illegal activity. They're financial and logistical support structures, Harry countered. The conclave operates through layers of legitimate businesses and properties that funnel resources to their operations. We need to dismantle those structures to cut off their capability. Through what legal mechanism? Hermione pressed, her voice taking on the tone she used when deeply concerned. Most of these properties have legitimate ownership records. Harry met her gaze directly. The Stage 2 contingency powers include the authority to seize assets demonstrably connected to threats against magical governance. Demonstrably being the key word, Hermione argued. We'd need evidence that meets legal standards, not just operational intelligence. A subtle tension had entered the room. This wasn't the first time Hermione had questioned the expanding scope of Harry's authorities, but never so directly in a full council meeting. The evidence exists, Juliana interjected. We've tracked financial movements linking these properties to attack funding. The connections are clear. Clear to us, perhaps, Hermione persisted. But clear enough to withstand public scrutiny? We're supposed to be establishing rule of law, Harry, not circumventing it when convenient. Ron shifted uncomfortably beside her. Hermione has a point, mate. Some of these seizures would affect families not directly involved in conclave leadership. Harry felt a flicker of irritation that he immediately recognized as disproportionate. Taking a breath, he consciously relaxed his grip on his wand, the Elder Wand, which he'd taken to carrying exclusively since the attacks intensified. I understand your concerns, he said, moderating his tone. But we're fighting an organization that has spent centuries embedding itself within legitimate structures specifically to make it difficult to extract. If we limit ourselves to only the most obviously corrupt elements, we'll never reach the heart of the problem. Then we build stronger cases, Hermione insisted. Take more time if necessary. Time works in their favor, not ours, Harry countered, frustration bleeding through despite his efforts. Every day we delay gives them opportunity to hide assets, reposition resources, and plan more attacks. Kingsley, sensing the growing tension, intervened diplomatically. Perhaps we can identify priority targets with the strongest evidence and begin there, while developing additional support for the more complex cases. Harry wanted to object, to push harder for immediate comprehensive action, but recognized the impulse as potentially problematic. These were his closest allies and friends raising legitimate concerns. If he couldn't listen to them, what did that say about the path he was traveling? A reasonable compromise, he conceded. Hermione, work with the legal team to identify the 10 strongest cases. We'll proceed with those immediately while building support for the others. She nodded, relief visible in her expression. Thank you, Harry. As the meeting continued with operational details, Harry found his attention divided between the tactical planning and troubling self-awareness. The impulse to override objections, to push forward with absolute authority, had felt almost natural. That concerned him more than he wanted to admit. Later, as the council dispersed, Juliana lingered behind. Their relationship had deepened over the months of conflict, providing rare moments of personal connection amidst the constant pressure of leadership. You handled that well, she observed quietly. The compromise. Harry gave her a searching look. Did I? For a moment there, I was ready to simply overrule her. But you didn't, Juliana pointed out. You listened and found middle ground. That's leadership, not authority. Harry absently touched the elder wand in its holster. Sometimes I wonder if I'm feeling the influence of the contingency, or something else. Juliana's gaze followed the movement. The wand? He nodded reluctantly. Since the attack started, I've felt changes. Subtle shifts in how I approach problems. More decisive, yes, but also more willing to impose that decisiveness on others. The Elder Wand responds to power and amplifies it, Juliana noted. Combined with the contingency authorities, that's a potent mixture. Too potent, perhaps, Harry acknowledged. Hermione's been giving me concerned looks for weeks. Today is just the first time she's challenged me publicly. Listen to her, Juliana advised. She grounds you. Always has, from what you've told me. Harry smiled faintly. Voice of reason since we were 11. His expression sobered. I just worry that reason alone isn't enough against an enemy willing to abandon it entirely. Balance, then, Juliana suggested. Her reason, your instinct. Kingsley's diplomacy, Ron's loyalty. You need all of it. She touched his arm lightly. No one person should carry this alone, not even the Peverell heir. Her words eased something in him. Throughout his life, Harry's greatest strength had been the people who stood beside him, complementing his abilities with their own. Perhaps the true test of the contingency wasn't whether he could wield its power, but whether he could do so while remaining open to the counsel that kept him human. You're right, he said. Thank you. Don't thank me yet, Juliana replied, her expression turning serious. We still have a war to win. And speaking of which, she handed him a sealed intelligence report. This just came in from our surveillance team at Knott Manor. Harry broke the seal, scanning the contents quickly. His expression hardened as he absorbed the information. They've identified our counter-conclave informants. 3 families compromised. The Longbottoms, Macmillans, and Boneses, Juliana confirmed grimly. Augusta's security detail intercepted an assassination team this morning. The others have been warned and relocated to safe houses. Harry's momentary introspection gave way to cold fury. They're targeting our strongest allies now. Exactly as the strategician predicted, escalating to eliminate support structures before a major offensive. We need to move up our timetable, Juliana agreed. Whatever they're planning, it's coming soon. Harry made a rapid decision. Alert the core team. We accelerate to Phase 3 immediately. And Juliana, his voice softened slightly. Double-check your own security protocols. If they're targeting our key allies. I'm being careful, she assured him. Though I'm more concerned about you. The Longbottom assassination attempt included a magical signature analysis team. They're actively looking for ways to penetrate your personal defenses. Let them try, Harry replied grimly, the Elder Wand humming with subtle energy beneath his fingers. They'll find I'm not as easily eliminated as they hope. The Room of Requirement had become their most secure meeting location, its magical protections predating the ministry itself and its access limited to those Harry personally authorized. Tonight, only his innermost circle gathered within the space that had configured itself as a war room, complete with tactical displays and ancient defensive enchantments. The attacks on counter-conclave families represent a significant escalation, Harry explained to Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Juliana. Our intelligence suggests the conclave is preparing for a major operation within the next 48 hours. What kind of operation? Neville asked, his face tight with worry for his grandmother, who had narrowly escaped assassination. Unknown, Harry admitted. But based on intercepted communications and resource movements, they're consolidating assets for something substantial. We've identified increased activity at 3 locations, Juliana elaborated, indicating points on the tactical map. Malfoy's estate in Wiltshire, a supposedly abandoned property in the Lake District registered to a Knott family shell corporation, and an unplottable location in Wales we've only recently discovered. The Welsh site is particularly concerning, Harry added. Magical energy readings suggest complex ritual preparations. Whatever they're planning goes beyond conventional attacks. Could they be attempting to trigger Stage 3 of the contingency? Hermione asked. Force an escalation you're not prepared for. Possible, Harry acknowledged. Or they might be attempting to neutralize the contingency entirely. The possibility hung heavily in the air. The Peverell contingency represented the most significant threat the Conclave had faced in centuries. If they found a way to disable it, the reformed ministry would lose its strongest protection. We need to strike first, Ron concluded. Hit all 3 locations simultaneously before they can execute whatever they're planning. That's the plan, Harry confirmed. Rapid deployment, overwhelming force, complete neutralization of Conclave leadership. Hermione's expression grew troubled. What exactly does neutralization entail? The question carried weight beyond its simple wording. Throughout their campaign against the Conclave, they had maintained certain ethical boundaries, capturing rather than killing when possible, following modified legal procedures even when expedited, respecting basic rights of those detained. Capture when possible, Harry replied evenly. But these operations will prioritize success and team safety over ideal outcomes. Meaning? Hermione pressed. Meaning we won't take unnecessary risks to capture those who resist, Harry stated bluntly. The Conclave leadership has demonstrated their willingness to destroy evidence, sacrifice subordinates, and use lethal force. We'll respond proportionally. Hermione exchanged concerned glances with Ron. This sounds different from our previous operations, Harry. The situation is different, he countered. They're targeting our families now, not just institutions. Augusta Longbottom nearly died yesterday. Susan Bones' uncle was critically injured this morning. They've escalated to eliminate anyone who stands with us. I understand that, Hermione said carefully. But escalating our response feeds the cycle the strategian warned about. We risk becoming what we're fighting. Harry felt that flicker of disproportionate irritation again. We risk losing everything if we hesitate now. The Conclave isn't bound by the ethical constraints we've imposed on ourselves. That's why they've been able to counter us so effectively despite our progress. Our ethical constraints are what separate us from them, Hermione insisted. They're not weaknesses, Harry. They're the foundation of what we're trying to build. The room had grown tense, the others watching this clash of principles between 2 friends who rarely found themselves in fundamental disagreement. I'm not suggesting we abandon ethics, Harry said, moderating his tone with effort. I'm recognizing tactical reality. These operations need to succeed decisively or we risk losing everything we've built. Neville, who had remained quiet, finally spoke. My grandmother would say there's a difference between being ruthless and being reckless with principles. One serves purpose, the other corrupts it. All eyes turned to him, surprised by the wisdom in his quiet intervention. She would also say, Neville continued with newfound confidence, that when fighting those without conscience, maintaining your own becomes both harder and more important. Harry felt something shift within him, a moment of clarity cutting through the single-minded determination that had increasingly dominated his thinking. Neville's words, carrying the weight of his family's long opposition to the conclave, created space for reflection. "What would you suggest?" Harry asked, genuinely open to alternative perspectives. "Modified operational parameters," Neville replied. "We strike all 3 locations as planned, but with specialized teams for different objectives. Combat teams to neutralize resistance. Evidence recovery teams to secure documentation. And dedicated capture teams for high-value targets we've identified. 3-tiered approach," Ron mused, tactical mind engaging. "Might actually be more effective than a pure combat operation. Specialized functions, better coordination. It would require more personnel," Juliana observed. "And more complex planning. But would better serve our long-term objectives," Hermione pointed out. "Captured leadership and secured evidence provide legitimacy for our actions and intelligence for future operations." Harry considered the proposal, aware of the subtle relief in the room at finding a middle path between his increasing intensity and their ethical concerns. Was Neville right? Had he been drifting toward tactics that might achieve immediate objectives at the cost of their greater purpose? "We'll implement the 3-tiered approach," he decided. "Ron, work with Juliana to structure the teams. Hermione, prepare the legal framework for processing whatever we recover. Neville, coordinate with counter-conclave allies for supporting operations." As they dispersed to their assignments, Hermione lingered behind. Harry recognized the determined set of her jaw. She had more to say and wouldn't leave until she'd said it. "Out with it," he prompted with a ghost of a smile. "The wand," she said directly. "You need to stop carrying it exclusively." Harry's hand moved reflexively to the Elder Wand. "I need its power for what's coming." "Its power is affecting you," Hermione countered. "Subtly, gradually, but noticeably to those who know you best. You're becoming more absolute in your thinking, less open to alternative perspectives. We're fighting a war, Hermione. Decisiveness is necessary. Decisiveness, yes. Absolutism, no." She met his gaze unflinchingly. "The Harry Potter I've known since we were children weighs consequences, considers perspectives, and recognizes his own limitations. Lately, you've been different." "Maybe I've needed to be," Harry suggested. The circumstances require the best of who you are," Hermione interrupted. "Not a version of you shaped by an artifact known for corrupting its wielders." Her words struck uncomfortably close to concerns he'd been suppressing. The Elder Wand felt right in his hand, its power aligning perfectly with the escalating contingency authorities. That very rightness had prevented him from questioning its influence. "I can handle it," he insisted, though with less certainty than he might have a day earlier. "Maybe you can," Hermione acknowledged. "But should you have to? Why carry that additional burden when you're already bearing so much?" When Harry didn't immediately respond, she pressed her advantage. "Alternate wands for different situations. Use your Phoenix Feather Wand for daily operations. Reserve the Elder Wand for direct confrontations with conclave leadership." It was a reasonable suggestion, one that acknowledged both the wand's utility and its potential influence. Yet Harry felt surprising reluctance, an attachment to the Elder Wand that went beyond tactical consideration. "I'll consider it," he conceded finally. "After these operations." Hermione clearly wanted to push further but recognized the compromise for what it was. "Thank you." She hesitated before adding, "We're all with you, Harry. We always have been. But part of being with you is helping you remain the person worth following." After she left, Harry stood alone in the room of requirement, turning the Elder Wand slowly between his fingers. Its power thrummed in response to his touch, a seductive whisper of capability beyond ordinary magic. Had it been influencing his judgment more than he realized? The possibility disturbed him deeply. Reluctantly, he drew his original Phoenix Feather Wand from an inner pocket where he'd taken to carrying it as a backup. The moment his fingers closed around it, he felt a difference, a warmth and familiarity distinct from the Elder Wand's cold efficiency. This wand had chosen him at 11, had been his companion through most of his life's battles. Harry performed a simple charm with each wand in turn, observing the difference. The Elder Wand produced magic of greater raw power, but his Phoenix Wand's magic felt more connected to his core being, more harmonious with his intentions. The comparison gave him pause. Perhaps Hermione was right about alternating wands based on circumstance. Perhaps his instinctive resistance to the idea itself was evidence of influence he should examine more carefully. Before he could pursue the thought further, a silver fox Patronus bounded into the room, Juliana's messenger. Urgent development, it spoke in her voice. Conclave activity accelerated at Welsh site. Ritual elements detected. Tactical teams assembled and awaiting your arrival at deployment point Echo. The tactical implications immediately pushed philosophical concerns aside. If the conclave had advanced their timetable, they needed to respond immediately. Harry secured both wands and hurried from the room of requirement, his mind shifting fully to operational mode. Whatever soul-searching needed doing would have to wait. Right now, they had a war to win. Deployment Point Echo, a magically secured warehouse in Cardiff, hummed with controlled chaos as strike teams made final preparations. Harry strode through the organized confusion, immediately spotting Juliana coordinating with team leaders near a detailed magical model of their target. "Status?" he asked crisply. "Accelerated activity detected 90 minutes ago," she reported. "Magical energy signatures consistent with complex ritual workings. We've identified at least 3 primary conclave leaders present, including Folly and an unspeakable we believe to be Blackthorn. The third? Unclear. Possibly Lucius Malfoy, though the magical signature is inconsistent with previous readings." Harry studied the model, which showed a sprawling estate hidden beneath multiple layers of magical concealment. "What are we looking at?" 18th-century manor house, heavily modified with magical extensions. Extensive underground facilities. Juliana pointed to various sections. Main ritual space here, in what was originally a ballroom. Secondary workings in these underground chambers. Defensive positions concentrated at these perimeter points. Ron joined them, now fully in his element as a tactical planner. Teams are structured as Neville suggested. Alpha through Delta are combat units tasked with neutralizing defensive positions and containing support personnel. Epsilon and Zeta are evidence recovery, focusing on documentation and magical artifacts. Omega Team will target primary conclave leadership for capture. Omega Team composition? Harry asked. "You, me, Juliana, and 4 senior Aurors with specialized capture experience," Ron replied. "We'll enter through this secondary passage while the combat teams draw attention to the main approach." Harry nodded approval. The plan balanced tactical effectiveness with their revised ethical parameters. Timeline. "We move in 20 minutes, Juliana said. "The ritual appears to be approaching a critical phase. Any longer delay risks allowing its completion." "Do we know what ritual they're attempting?" Juliana exchanged glances with the magical theory specialist beside her. "Not with certainty. The energy signatures suggest something related to binding or neutralizing ancient magic." "The contingency," Harry concluded. "They're trying to sever my connection to the Peverell authorities." "Most likely," the specialist confirmed. "If successful, it could not only block your access to Stage 2 powers but potentially undo reforms already implemented under those authorities. The stakes couldn't be higher. Months of progress, hundreds of lives disrupted or lost in the struggle, all could be undone if the Conclave succeeded in neutralizing the magical foundation of their reforms. "We deploy in 15 minutes, Harry decided. Full briefing for all team leaders now. As the operation accelerated toward execution, Harry felt that familiar pre-battle clarity settling over him, the hyper-focus state where tactical considerations crowded out all else. It was a mental space he'd first experienced as a teenager facing death, refined through subsequent conflicts, and now accessed with practiced ease. The briefing was concise and focused. Team leaders asked relevant questions, received clear answers, and departed to prepare their units. Throughout, Harry noted with approval that the three-tiered approach had improved both strategic thinking and operational morale. Personnel understood their specific objectives within the larger mission, creating purpose and focus. As the deployment time approached, Harry found a quiet corner to make final preparations. He drew both wands, considering Hermione's advice. After brief hesitation, he holstered the Phoenix Feather Wand in his primary position, keeping the Elder Wand as backup. This operation would test whether her concerns about his reliance on the Deathly Hallow were justified. "Good choice," Juliana commented, approaching as he completed his preparations. Harry raised an eyebrow. "You noticed?" "I notice everything about you," she replied with a small smile. Occupational hazard turned personal interest. Despite the tension of imminent conflict, Harry felt momentary warmth at the simple connection between them. Their relationship had developed in stolen moments between crises, neither having the luxury to explore it fully, yet growing stronger through shared purpose and understanding. "Ready?" he asked, both a tactical and personal question. "As ready as anyone can be to confront ancient conspiracies and power-hungry wizards," she replied wryly. Then, more seriously, "Be careful in there, Harry. This feels different from previous operations." "Different how?" "More deliberate. Less reactive." Juliana's expression conveyed professional concern. "Our intelligence suggests they've been preparing this site for months, long before our recent confrontations. Whatever they're attempting, it's not an improvised response to our pressure." Harry considered this. "You think we're walking into something more complex than just a ritual to neutralize the contingency?" "I think we should be prepared for layers of intent," she answered carefully. "The Conclave has operated for centuries through indirection and hidden purpose. Even cornered, they think in terms of contingencies and long games." Her caution resonated with Harry's own instincts. Throughout their campaign against the Conclave, he'd often sensed they were responding to a deeper strategy than mere survival. As if their apparent defeat served some purpose he couldn't yet discern. "We'll proceed with additional caution," he decided. "Adjust the tactical approach to allow for secondary objectives we haven't identified." Juliana nodded approval. "I've already briefed Omega Team to watch for unexpected elements." A magical chime signaled 5 minutes to deployment. Around them, strike teams moved into final positions, spellwork humming as last protective enchantments were applied. "One more thing," Juliana said, her professional demeanor softening momentarily. "When this is over, assuming we both survive." She paused, uncharacteristically hesitant. "Yes?" Harry prompted. "I think we're owed a proper conversation about whatever this is between us," she finished. "Preferably somewhere without tactical maps and imminent danger." Harry smiled, a genuine expression that felt almost foreign after months of strategic intensity. "I'd like that." The moment of connection anchored him, reminding him that beyond the contingency, beyond the conflict with ancient conspiracies, existed the possibility of a life with meaning beyond struggle. It was a reminder he needed more than he'd realized. The final deployment signal sounded. With a last shared glance, they rejoined Ron and the rest of Omega Team, shifting fully into operational focus as they prepared to confront the heart of the Conclave's power. The Welsh estate materialized before them as they breached its concealment wards, a sprawling stone mansion rising from mist-shrouded grounds. Dawn light cast long shadows across formal gardens gone wild with neglect, creating a tableau of faded grandeur reclaimed by nature. "Anti-apparition wards active," murmured the ward specialist on Alpha Team. "Stronger than anticipated. Physical approach required." Harry nodded, signaling the teams to implement their planned ground assault. As Alpha through Delta teams moved toward designated entry points, Omega Team followed a narrow path toward the secondary entrance Juliana had identified in their intelligence. The absence of visible defenders troubled Harry. Their approach had breached multiple detection wards, the Conclave should know they were coming. Yet no alarm sounded, no defenders appeared on the ramparts. Too quiet, Ron whispered, evidently sharing Harry's concern. Proceed with extreme caution, Harry ordered softly. Could be an ambush. They reached the secondary entrance, an ancient servant's door partially concealed by overgrown ivy. Magical detection revealed complex locking charms but no active traps. Unusual, Juliana observed. The conclave typically layers lethal protections on all entrances. Unless they want us to use this one, Harry suggested grimly. The implication hung silently between them. If this was indeed a trap, they were knowingly walking into it. Yet the alternative, allowing the ritual to complete, was unacceptable. Proceed as planned, Harry decided. But assume hostile intent behind every door. The specialist methodically disassembled the locking charms, creating a safe passage through the centuries-old protections. As the door swung open, revealing a narrow stone corridor beyond, Harry made a rapid decision. I'll take point, he said, drawing his phoenix feather wand. Juliana, watch our backs. The rest of you maintain defensive formation. The corridor led deeper into the mansion, sloping gradually downward toward what must be the underground facilities their intelligence had identified. Magical light sprang to life as they advanced, responding to their presence in a way that again suggested they were expected. Through enchanted communication devices developed by George Weasley, they received updates from the other teams. Alpha and Bravo had secured exterior positions without resistance. Charlie and Delta had entered the main building, finding it similarly deserted. Epsilon and Zeta reported abandoned workspaces with evidence of recent, hurried departure. They knew we were coming, Ron concluded quietly. Evacuated non-essential personnel. But the ritual energy readings are still active, Juliana pointed out. Whatever they're doing continues. They descended deeper, following the corridor as it opened into a wider passage lined with ornate doors. Each door bore an ancient family crest, Knot, Greengrass, Selwyn, and others associated with suspected conclave leadership. Some kind of council chamber, Harry surmised as they approached a set of massive double doors at the corridor's end. These doors bore no family crest but rather an intricate design combining elements that Harry recognized with a chill, symbols from the Department of Mysteries, fragments of the Deathly Hallows mark, and runes similar to those on the Elder Wand. This is it, he said with certainty. The ritual chamber. Magical energy pulsed visibly around the doorframe, a deep violet glow that ebbed and flowed like breath. From beyond came the unmistakable resonance of multiple voices chanting in ancient languages, Latin intermingled with something older and less human. Containment team in position. Harry confirmed via the communication device. All exits covered, came the response. Wards modified to prevent escape by any means. Harry took a deep breath, centering himself before the confrontation to come. Omega Team, prepare for capture protocol. Primary targets are Folly, Blackthorn, and any unidentified conclave leadership. Standard containment spells only unless directly threatened with lethal force. With a nod to his team, Harry cast a complex detection charm to reveal any final protections on the doors. Finding none, another concerning absence, he pushed them open with deliberate force, wanting the psychological advantage of a dramatic entrance. The scene beyond exceeded even their intelligence estimates. The chamber, once indeed a grand ballroom, had been transformed into a ritual space of breathtaking complexity. Magical circles within circles covered the floor in luminous patterns, each containing symbols and formulae that shifted and pulsed with power. Floating above this intricate groundwork, a three-dimensional magical construct rotated slowly, a model of what Harry recognized as the Ministry of Magic's core architecture, rendered in glowing energy rather than physical material. 7 figures stood at key positions within the circles, each wearing ceremonial robes emblazoned with family crests. At the center stood Esmeralda Folly, her arms raised as she directed the ritual's energy. Beside her, the hooded figure Harry assumed to be Blackthorn manipulated complex spell patterns that fed into the floating ministry model. Ministry Strike Team. Harry announced, his voice magically amplified. This ritual is terminated by authority of the Reformed Ministry of Magic. Surrender your wands and prepare for detainment. The ritual participants turned toward the interruption, but rather than the alarm or resistance Harry expected, several faces showed expressions that disturbed him deeply: satisfaction, even triumph. Folly lowered her arms slowly, a smile spreading across her aristocratic features. "Mr. Potter. Right on schedule." The wrongness of her reaction confirmed Harry's suspicion that they'd walked into something far more complex than a simple ambush. He held his position, wand ready but not yet casting. "Dismantle the ritual and surrender," he repeated firmly. "Your outnumbered and containment teams have secured all exits." "Containment is precisely what we had in mind," came a new voice, cultured, refined, and chillingly familiar despite Harry never having heard it before. From behind the floating ministry model stepped an elderly wizard whose features struck Harry with immediate recognition despite having never met him. The man could have been an older version of Harry himself, the same jawline, similar eyes, though his were a penetrating blue rather than green. He carried himself with the quiet confidence of absolute power long held and well used. "Arcturus Peverell," Harry breathed, understanding clicking into place with horrible clarity. "You're supposed to be dead." The elderly wizard inclined his head slightly. "Reports of my death were strategically useful. As the last direct descendant of Titus Peverell's primary line, I found operating from obscurity more effective than public prominence." Harry's mind raced, connecting pieces of a puzzle he hadn't known existed until this moment. "You're not just conclave. You're leading them." "I prefer to think of it as guiding magical Britain's true governance from a position of historical perspective," Arcturus replied smoothly. "The conclave has maintained order and stability for centuries while allowing the ministry illusion of authority. The illusion you're now trying to make permanent by neutralizing the contingency," Harry concluded, gesturing toward the ritual. Arcturus' smile deepened, genuine amusement touching his eyes. "Oh, my boy. You've misunderstood entirely. We're not neutralizing the contingency." He gestured expansively at the magical construct. "We're completing it." Confusion rippled through Omega Team. Juliana stepped forward slightly. "Completing what, exactly?" "The Peverell Reformation," Arcturus replied simply. "The final stage of a plan centuries in development." Harry felt as though the ground beneath him had shifted. Something fundamental in his understanding was wrong, and the implications terrified him. The contingency was created to counter conclave influence, he stated, needing to establish some solid ground in this suddenly uncertain territory. "So you've been told," Arcturus agreed. "A necessary simplification for the early stages. The truth is rather more complex." He approached slowly, hands open to show he held no wand. "The contingency and the conclave are not opposing forces, Harry. They are complementary components of the same system, designed to activate in sequence when magical governance requires correction." The revelation struck Harry like a physical blow. His gaze shot to Juliana, whose expression showed equal shock. "That's not possible," she objected. "The counter-conclave has opposed conclave influence for generations. My father died investigating your operations." "The counter-conclave serves its purpose," Arcturus acknowledged. "Every system needs genuine opposition to remain vital. Your father discovered not our existence, but the approaching activation timeline. His enthusiasm for premature revelation necessitated management." The casual reference to murder, to the event that had defined Juliana's adult life, triggered a surge of protective fury in Harry. He raised his wand, instinctively shifting to the elder wand despite his earlier decision. "Enough manipulation," he snapped. "Omega Team, capture protocol." "I wouldn't," Folly cautioned as the team moved to offensive positions. "The ritual is at critical stage. Disruption now would have catastrophic consequences for magical Britain's governance structures." "She's right," Blackthorn added, speaking for the first time. His voice carried the distinctive cadence of an unspeakable, precise, measured, devoid of emotional coloration. The ritual has integrated with the ministry's founding magic. Interruption would create cascading failure throughout all connected systems. Harry hesitated, caught between determination to end whatever the conclave planned and fear of causing greater harm through hasty action. "Explain," he demanded. "Now." Arcturus gestured toward the floating ministry model. "What you see is a manifestation of the original enchantments that created your ministry of magic. Every department, every function, connected through complex magical frameworks to ensure governance stability. What does that have to do with the contingency?" Harry pressed. "Everything," Arcturus replied simply. The contingency was never merely about empowering a Peverell heir to reform corruption. It was designed as a controlled reset mechanism for magical governance, a way to purge accumulated dysfunction without destroying the underlying structure. "Which is exactly what I've been doing," Harry pointed out, confused by the apparent contradiction. "Phase 1 and 2, yes," Arcturus acknowledged. "You've performed admirably, better than any heir in generations. You've eliminated obvious corruption, restructured departments, implemented transparency. All necessary preparation for the final phase. Stage 3, Harry said with growing unease. "But that only activates under specific conditions." "Conditions now met," Arcturus confirmed. The conclave's apparent opposition was the final test, creating circumstances that would push you toward the necessary choice. The horrible understanding began to dawn on Harry. "You've been manipulating both sides from the beginning. The assassination attempt, the attacks, calibrated to drive escalation without causing irreparable damage," Arcturus confirmed. "Each confrontation designed to bring you closer to accepting the necessity of Stage 3 authorities." Harry felt sick as pieces fell into place. The convenient intelligence leads, the conclave's strategic retreats that always left key evidence behind, even the pattern of attacks that had seemed too precisely targeted, all manipulations guiding him along a predetermined path. "To what end?" he demanded, anger building beneath his shock. "What purpose does this elaborate deception serve?" "The purpose it has always served," Arcturus replied calmly. "The preservation of magical Britain through controlled renewal. Every few centuries, governance structures grow too rigid, too corrupted by competing interests. The contingency activates, a worthy heir implements necessary reforms, and then Stage 3 transfers emergency authority to rebuild the system," Harry finished, the full implications becoming horrifyingly clear. "Except you're positioning yourself to control that rebuilding." "Not control. Guide," Arcturus corrected. "As Peverells have always done, from both within and outside formal structures. The contingency heir implements necessary destruction, the conclave implements careful reconstruction. While the heir conveniently loses all magical ability for a year and a day," Harry added bitterly, remembering the Stage 3 sacrifice. "Removing any obstacle to your version of reconstruction." Arcturus spread his hands in a gesture of reasonable explanation. "A necessary component. The heir who implements Stage 3 has, by definition, accumulated too much individual power. The temporary removal of that power ensures no single person controls both destruction and reconstruction." The elegant, terrible logic of it stunned Harry. The system had been designed with apparent wisdom, checks and balances preventing absolute power, while actually ensuring the conclave maintained ultimate control. "I won't activate Stage 3, Harry declared firmly. "Not now that I understand your true purpose." "You already have," Arcturus replied with calm certainty. "The moment you drew the Elder Wand in this chamber, you completed the magical sequence began months ago. Your increasing reliance on the Hallow, your escalating use of contingency authorities, your willingness to consider more absolute measures, all steps along a predestined path." Harry realized with horror that he was indeed holding the Elder Wand, despite his conscious decision to use his Phoenix Wand instead. The shift had happened automatically, unconsciously, in response to perceived threat, exactly as Hermione had warned might happen. "The wand has been influencing me," he said, the realization bringing both clarity and fresh anger. "Working with the contingency magic to push me toward Stage 3. Not influencing. Amplifying, Arcturus corrected. The wand merely strengthens existing tendencies. Your natural leadership, your willingness to act decisively, your deep-seated belief that you alone truly understand what must be done, all qualities that made you the perfect contingency heir. The assessment cut too close to truths Harry had been avoiding confronting about himself. Had he been so easily manipulated because the path aligned with his own suppressed desires for control? Had his frustration with ministry bureaucracy and corruption made him vulnerable to the seduction of absolute authority? "It's not too late," Juliana said suddenly, moving to Harry's side. "Whatever ritual they've initiated, we can still disrupt it." "At what cost?" Blackthorn challenged. "The ritual now connects directly to the ministry's founding magic. Disruption would collapse governance structures throughout Britain. Thousands of magical contracts, protective enchantments, and regulatory systems would fail simultaneously." "He's bluffing," Ron suggested, though uncertainty colored his voice. Harry studied the magical model floating above the ritual circle. His enhanced perception, developed through months working with ancient magic, allowed him to see the truth in Blackthorn's warning. The ritual had indeed integrated with the ministry's magical foundation. Disrupting it now would cause catastrophic damage to the very institutions they'd fought to reform. "What happens if the ritual completes?" he asked Arcturus directly. "Stage 3 activates fully," the elder Peverell replied. "You will be invested with emergency authority to dissolve and reconstitute ministry governance according to the original charter. That authority will last exactly 1 year and 1 day, after which your personal magic will be temporarily suspended as the system rebalances. And during my year of authority, the conclave would position itself to control whatever new system emerges," Harry concluded. "We would offer guidance based on centuries of governance experience," Arcturus corrected smoothly. "The new system would incorporate the best of your reforms while maintaining necessary structures for long-term stability." The offer was seductively reasonable. Harry could see how generations of contingency heirs might have accepted similar arguments, believing they were creating meaningful change while actually reinforcing the underlying power structure. "And if I refuse to exercise the Stage 3 authority once invested?" Harry challenged. Arcturus's expression turned grave. "Then magical Britain faces governance collapse regardless. The contingency, once fully activated, requires completion. If you refuse to implement the controlled dissolution and reconstruction, the magic will implement uncontrolled dissolution without the reconstruction component. Magical anarchy," Blackthorn elaborated. "Every ministry-connected system failing without coordinated replacement." Harry looked to his team, seeing their confusion and concern. None of them had anticipated this confrontation would present not a clear battle between right and wrong, but an impossible choice between controlled manipulation and chaotic collapse. "I need to consult with my advisors," Harry said finally. "Private conversation, now." Arcturus nodded graciously. "Of course. Though I should note the ritual reaches completion in approximately 17 minutes. After that point, your options become significantly more constrained." Harry led Omega Team to the far corner of the vast chamber, establishing privacy wards around their huddle. "Thoughts?" he asked once they were secured. "Could be lying about the consequences," Ron suggested immediately. "Trying to manipulate you into cooperating." "The ritual integration is real," Harry countered. "I can see the magical connections. The question is whether disruption would be as catastrophic as they claim." "Even if they're exaggerating, the risk is substantial," Juliana observed. "Ministry magic is foundational to everything from Azkaban security to the statute of secrecy enforcement. So we're supposed to just accept that we've been manipulated into this position?" Ron demanded. "Let them win." "It's not about winning anymore," Harry said quietly. "It's about minimizing harm while finding a way forward that doesn't simply reinforce their control." He turned to the horror specialists. "Your assessment. Can we safely disrupt the ritual?" The senior magical specialist shook her head reluctantly. "Not without extensive preparation and careful unwinding of the connections. Certainly not in under 17 minutes. Harry nodded, having expected that answer. Then we need a third option between accepting their manipulation and causing catastrophic damage. What if you accepted the Stage 3 authority, Juliana suggested slowly, but used it differently than they expect. The year of emergency powers before the sacrifice takes effect, could you implement changes they couldn't easily reverse? The possibility sparked something in Harry's mind. Create governance structures the Conclave couldn't easily infiltrate or control, he mused. Built-in transparency, distributed authority, magical checks against manipulation. You'd still lose your magic after a year, Ron pointed out grimly. A year is a long time with absolute authority, Harry replied. And magical loss is temporary. But during that vulnerable year, the Conclave would have every advantage in reshaping whatever you built, Juliana cautioned. Harry's mind raced, seeking options within impossible constraints. The contingency had been designed with this exact moment in mind, forcing the heir into choices that ultimately served Conclave interests regardless of which path they chose. Unless. The strategician mentioned something about the essential nature of both sides being revealed through conflict, Harry recalled suddenly. What if that principle works both ways? What if the contingency heir can shape the outcome through their essential nature, not just be shaped by the predetermined design? Understanding dawned in Juliana's eyes. You're thinking of subverting the contingency itself. Not subverting. Fulfilling its true purpose, Harry corrected. The contingency was created to preserve magical Britain through renewal. That purpose remains valid even if the implementation has been corrupted by Conclave influence. He turned back toward Arcturus, decision forming. The elder Peverell watched him with the confident patience of someone who believed victory already assured. That confidence might be the one weakness Harry could exploit. I've made my decision, Harry announced as he approached the ritual circle again, this time alone. A wise one, I trust, Arcturus replied. Our time grows short. Harry studied the ritual structure carefully, seeing how the magical flows connected the floating ministry model to the 7 conclave members positioned at key points. The design was elegant, centuries of refinement evident in every aspect. I will accept the Stage 3 authority, Harry stated clearly. But on one condition. Arcturus raised an eyebrow, his expression suggesting amusement at the notion Harry could impose conditions at this stage. Which is? You join me within the central circle for the final activation, Harry said. As the elder Peverell present, your participation would stabilize the transition. Suspicion flickered across Arcturus' face. The ritual design doesn't require my direct participation. But the original contingency description indicates primary and secondary Peverell lines should unite when available, Harry countered smoothly, drawing on his months of research. You yourself said I've performed admirably as contingency heir. Surely you want the final phase to proceed with maximum stability? Arcturus studied him carefully, weighing the request against potential deception. Finally, he nodded. A reasonable precaution. Though I assure you, the ritual would complete adequately without my direct involvement. I'd prefer to follow the original protocols as closely as possible, Harry insisted. Especially for something this consequential. Very well. Arcturus gestured toward the central circle. Shall we proceed? Harry stepped carefully through the outer rings of the ritual configuration, mindful not to disturb the complex magical patterns. As he reached the central circle, he felt the power concentration intensify dramatically, raw magical potential gathered for the moment of transition. Arcturus joined him, moving with the confidence of someone intimately familiar with the ritual's design. Position yourself there, he directed, pointing to a specific point marked with the Peverell crest. I'll stand opposite to balance the energies. Harry complied, but as he took his position, he made a subtle movement with his wand hand, not casting, merely shifting the elder wand slightly to touch a specific pattern in the circle's design. The contact sent a ripple through the ritual's magic, too subtle for anyone not attuned to the contingency to notice. Now what? He asked Arcturus, maintaining an expression of cooperative resignation. Now we complete the connection, Arcturus explained. Extend your wand toward the ministry model. I'll do the same from my position. The ritual will recognize the Peverell signatures and finalize the Stage 3 activation. Harry raised the Elder Wand as instructed, pointing it toward the floating magical construct. Arcturus mirrored his action from the opposite side of the circle. As their wand energies connected with the model, the ritual's magic surged visibly, ribbons of power flowing between the circles, the participants, and the ministry representation. Perfect, Arcturus murmured, satisfaction evident in his voice. The transition begins. The magical currents intensified, creating a vortex of power centered on Harry and Arcturus. Harry felt the contingency magic responding to his presence, recognizing him as the activated heir. But he also sensed something unexpected, the magic was responding to Arcturus with equal recognition. You're also a contingency heir, Harry realized aloud, the final piece clicking into place. That's how you've manipulated the process so effectively. You activated your own contingency centuries ago. Arcturus smiled thinly. Very good, Harry. Yes, I underwent my own contingency activation in 1750. I implemented necessary reforms, suffered the temporary magical suspension, and emerged to guide the reconstruction from within the conclave. As others had done before me, and as you will do after. Except I don't intend to guide reconstruction from within the conclave, Harry replied calmly. I have other plans. Wariness entered Arcturus' expression. The ritual is designed to follow specific parameters. Deviation causes instability. I'm not deviating from the contingency's true purpose, Harry countered. Only from the conclave's corruption of that purpose. The magical vortex had reached critical intensity, power flowing visibly between them, the circles, and the ministry model. Harry felt the Stage 3 authority beginning to invest itself in him, raw governance power unlike anything he'd experienced before. What have you done? Arcturus demanded suddenly, noticing subtle changes in the ritual's pattern, shifts caused by Harry's earlier touch to the circle design. Restored balance, Harry replied simply. The contingency's original purpose wasn't to perpetuate control by a hidden elite. It was to ensure magical governance served all magical beings fairly. Arcturus attempted to withdraw from the circle, but the ritual had progressed too far. The magic held him in place as effectively as any binding spell. You don't understand what you're doing, he warned, genuine alarm replacing his earlier confidence. The system requires guided reconstruction. Without the conclave's management, it might actually reflect the will of those being governed, Harry finished for him. Imagine that. The vortex reached peak intensity, magic swirling around them with nearly unbearable power. Harry felt the Elder Wand thrumming in his hand, amplifying the contingency magic to levels perhaps never before achieved. The floating ministry model began to pulse with corresponding energy, sections illuminating and then dimming in complex patterns that represented governance functions being prepared for dissolution and reconstruction. What exactly did you modify? Arcturus demanded, struggling against the ritual's hold. I linked our magical signatures, Harry explained calmly. The Peverell blood we share, combined with our shared status as contingency heirs. The ritual now recognizes us as a single magical entity for purposes of the final investment. Horror dawned in Arcturus' eyes as he understood the implications. You've corrupted the sacrifice component. If we're magically linked during the authority transfer, then we both receive the authority, Harry confirmed. And we both face the magical suspension afterward. Unacceptable. Arcturus snarled, abandoning his cultivated civility. You would sacrifice centuries of careful management for what? Some idealistic notion of fairness? For accountability, Harry corrected. For governance that serves the governed rather than the governors. For the possibility that magical beings might determine their own future rather than having it determined for them by hidden manipulators. The ritual reached its culmination point. A blinding flash of magical energy erupted from the ministry model, enveloping both Harry and Arcturus in pure governance power. Harry felt it flooding through him, knowledge of every ministry function, authority over every department and process, the ability to dissolve and reconstitute Magical Britain's entire governance structure. He also felt the countdown beginning, 1 year and 1 day until the price would be exacted. As the light faded and the ritual circles began to dissipate, their purpose fulfilled, Harry and Arcturus stood facing each other within the now dormant central circle. Both could feel the immense authority invested in them, and both understood the coming sacrifice it entailed. "You've doomed us both," Arcturus said quietly, his anger giving way to cold assessment. "And potentially Magical Britain as well. The Conclave has managed reconstruction for centuries for good reason." "Without our guidance, without your control," Harry corrected firmly. "There's a difference. And Magical Britain will manage its own future quite well once given the chance." He turned to address the Omega team and Conclave members, all watching in stunned silence as they realized something had changed in the ritual's execution. "Stage 3 of the Peverell contingency is now active," Harry announced formally. "By its authority, I declare the current Ministry of Magic dissolved, effective immediately. All departments will enter transition status, maintaining essential functions while governance restructuring proceeds." Folly stepped forward, her aristocratic composure cracking slightly. "What have you done to Arcturus? This wasn't the plan." "Plans change," Harry replied simply. "Arcturus and I now share both the Stage 3 authority and its consequences. We will work together to implement the governance restructuring over the coming year." "Impossible," Blackthorn objected. "The ritual design specifically prevents shared authority." "The original design, perhaps," Harry acknowledged. "But the contingency responds to the heir's essential nature, remember? My nature includes understanding that no one person should hold absolute power, not even me." He turned back to Arcturus. "We have 1 year to rebuild magical governance. You with centuries of experience, me with fresh perspective. Both knowing we'll lose our magic when the year ends, creating genuine incentive to build a system that protects everyone's rights and interests." Arcturus stared at him with a complex mixture of fury, reluctant respect, and calculating assessment. "You realize I'll work to preserve Conclave influence within whatever new structure emerges." "I'd expect nothing less," Harry replied evenly. "And I'll work to ensure transparency and accountability that make such hidden influence more difficult. The resulting balance will probably serve Magical Britain better than either of our pure visions." He addressed the wider room again. "Omega team, escort the Conclave members to the Ministry, or what remains of it. They're not under arrest, but their expertise will be required during the transition. Juliana, please coordinate with Kingsley to implement the emergency continuity protocols we developed." As the stunned groups began to process his orders, Harry felt the weight of what he'd done settling onto his shoulders. He had simultaneously accepted and subverted the contingency, taking on its immense authority while fundamentally altering its implementation. The coming year would determine whether his gamble succeeded or whether Arcturus and the Conclave would outmaneuver him despite his intervention. And at the end of that year, whether success or failure, he would lose his magic entirely for a year and a day, becoming effectively a squib during the critical period when the new governance structure would face its first tests. Juliana approached him as the others began organizing for departure. "You knew this would happen," she said quietly. "You anticipated the ritual's true purpose." "I suspected," Harry corrected. "After finding the connections between the Peverell family and the Conclave in the historical records, I began to question the neat division between reformers and corruptors. History is rarely so clean. And the shared sacrifice? Was that planned or improvised?" "Improvised," he admitted. "But based on principles from the Strategicon. The true nature of governance reveals itself when power and consequence are equally shared." She studied him with new understanding. "You're giving up your magic to prevent another Conclave-controlled cycle." "I'm temporarily sacrificing magic to create the possibility of genuine change," he corrected gently. "And ensuring Arcturus can't simply wait out my vulnerable year to reimpose Conclave control, since he'll be equally vulnerable." Arcturus, overhearing this exchange, approached them. Though still clearly angered by Harry's manipulation, his expression had shifted toward pragmatic acceptance. "Clever, if short-sighted," he commented. "But you've overlooked something crucial. The Conclave has managed magical Britain through numerous crises over centuries: Wizard Wars, Grindelwald, Voldemort. Our methods may seem manipulative to your modern sensibilities, but they preserved stability through existential threats." "Perhaps," Harry acknowledged. "Or perhaps they allowed those threats to develop by preventing necessary adaptation and progress. We'll never know for certain." "And you're willing to risk magical Britain's future on that uncertainty?" "I'm willing to give magical Britain the opportunity to determine its own future," Harry countered. "Something the Conclave has systematically prevented for centuries." As they prepared to depart the ritual chamber, Harry felt the Elder Wand grow suddenly cold in his hand. Looking down, he watched as cracks appeared along its length, spreading rapidly until the legendary Hallow crumbled to dust between his fingers. "The wand recognizes its purpose complete," Arcturus observed with evident satisfaction at Harry's loss. "Its power has been absorbed into the contingency magic. One less tool at your disposal for the coming year." Harry let the dust fall from his fingers without regret. "I won't need it. The authority we now share comes from the contingency itself, not from external sources of power." As they left the chamber, Harry found Ron waiting for him, expression torn between concern and admiration. "You know Hermione's going to kill you when she finds out you've committed to losing your magic," he commented. Despite everything, Harry smiled. "Probably. But she'll also help design a governance structure that prevents anyone from accumulating the kind of hidden power the Conclave has wielded. That's worth facing her wrath." Ron shook his head in wonderment. "Only you, mate, could turn being manipulated by an ancient conspiracy into an opportunity to reform the entire wizarding government." "Not just me," Harry corrected, glancing at the sullen but calculating Arcturus walking ahead of them. "It will take all of us, reformers and traditionalists, idealists and pragmatists, to build something that actually works for everyone." As they emerged from the Welsh estate into morning sunlight, Harry felt both the weight of the authority he now carried and a strange lightness knowing its predetermined end. For the first time since discovering his Peverell inheritance, he had chosen his path rather than following one laid out for him. The coming year would be the most challenging of his life. He would face opposition from both Arcturus working within their shared authority and from Conclave members working from outside it. He would need to design governance structures that could withstand manipulation while maintaining efficiency. And he would need to prepare for a year of vulnerability without magic, during which everything he built would face its first and perhaps greatest test. Yet as he looked toward the horizon, Harry felt something that had been absent through much of the conflict: genuine hope. Not the grim determination that had driven him for months, but actual belief that meaningful change was possible. The revelation of the Conclave's true nature and history had been intended to demoralize him, to make him accept his predetermined role in their centuries-long cycle of controlled renewal. Instead, it had shown him precisely where and how to break that cycle. Whether he ultimately succeeded or failed, the revelation had given him the one thing the Conclave had never intended: choice. Chapter 4. The reckoning morning light streamed through the enchanted windows of the minister's office, now the Transition Authority headquarters, illuminating a space transformed. The traditional mahogany desk had been replaced by a circular table. Where portraits of former ministers once hung, magical displays now tracked governance restructuring across Britain. Ancient texts and modern governance proposals covered every surface, a physical manifestation of the clash between tradition and reform. Harry stood before the central display, studying the complex magical architecture that represented Britain's evolving governance structure. 6 months into the transition year, the new framework was taking shape: decentralized authority, transparent operations, and built-in safeguards against the kind of shadow manipulation the Conclave had perfected. "The regional councils are finally operational," he noted as Hermione entered with the morning's progress reports. "All 7 established and beginning local governance functions." With varying degrees of effectiveness, Hermione qualified, setting down a stack of parchments. "The Northern Council is thriving under McGonagall's guidance. The Western group is still arguing over basic procedural questions. Harry smiled faintly. Democracy is messy. That's rather the point. Speaking of messy, Hermione continued, Arcturus has submitted another formal objection to the Magical Beings Representation Act. His third revision this week. Let me guess, he still wants restricted voting rights based on magical ability measurement. Naturally, she confirmed with a sigh. Though he's reframed it as, proportional influence based on magical contribution to collective security. Harry shook his head, unsurprised. 6 months of working alongside Arcturus Peverell had been exactly as challenging as anticipated. The elder Peverell approached each aspect of governance restructuring with centuries of accumulated bias dressed in reasonable-sounding arguments. His intelligence and experience made him a formidable partner in the transition, and an exhausting opponent in their daily philosophical battles. Where is he now? Harry asked. Meeting with the Goblin Relations Committee, Hermione replied with a hint of satisfaction. They've kept him there for 3 hours discussing vault inheritance taxation. I suspect deliberate retaliation for his comments about non-wand magical participation last week. Harry chuckled. They're learning how democracy works rather quickly. Their conversation was interrupted as Ron entered, his expression unusually serious. Security alert from Hogsmeade. Another incident. Harry's momentary lightness vanished. Casualties? 3 injured, none critical, Ron reported. Same pattern, targeted disruption of new governance implementation, minimal violence, maximum symbolic impact. They hit during the Regional Council's first public forum. Resistance Front? Harry asked, though he already knew the answer. Ron nodded grimly. Their magical signature is consistent with previous attacks. They left another manifesto. The Magical Governance Restoration Front, or simply the Resistance, had emerged 3 months into the transition year. Composed of conclave loyalists unwilling to accept the new direction, they opposed the reforms through increasingly coordinated attacks on symbolic targets. Unlike the calculated pressure campaign before Stage 3 activation, these attacks carried a desperate edge, the actions of those who felt their world slipping away. Let me see it, Harry said, extending his hand for the document Ron carried. The parchment bore elegant script belying its threatening content. The dissolution of traditional governance in favor of unchecked democracy represents the greatest threat to magical security in a millennium. Those implementing this dissolution will be held accountable. Blood and magic have sustained us. Blood and magic will restore proper order. Charming as ever, Hermione commented, reading over Harry's shoulder. Though they've dropped any pretense about supporting legitimate ministry structures. They're openly advocating for blood-based governance now. Harry placed the manifesto on the circular table, where it joined a disturbing collection of similar documents. They're growing bolder as our year progresses. They know the deadline approaches. None of them needed to state the obvious. In 6 more months, both Harry and Arcturus would lose their magic for a year and a day, the culmination of Stage 3's sacrifice component. The Resistance clearly planned to exploit that vulnerability to undo everything they'd built. We need to discuss increased security for the regional councils, Harry decided. An acceleration of the emergency response training for local defense groups. I'll coordinate with Juliana, Ron replied. She's already developing contingency plans for the transition period. At the mention of Juliana, Harry felt the familiar complex mix of emotions that had characterized their relationship during this extraordinary year. Professional respect had deepened into personal connection, then into something more profound during their shared struggle. Yet the approaching magical sacrifice complicated everything, creating an unspoken question neither had fully addressed. She returned from Edinburgh last night, Hermione mentioned casually, though her expression suggested nothing casual about the information. She was asking about your schedule. Harry nodded acknowledgement, grateful for Hermione's tactful reminder. I'll find her after the Wisengamot transition briefing. As they turned to the day's pressing governance matters, Harry pushed personal considerations aside. The restructuring demanded full attention, particularly with Arcturus constantly seeking opportunities to embed traditional power structures within the new framework. The Judicial Reform Committee finalizes its recommendation today, Hermione reminded him. Arcturus has been unusually quiet about their deliberations. Which means he's confident in the outcome, Harry surmised. We should review their proposal carefully before implementation. Ron snorted. We should review everything carefully. That old fox never misses an opportunity to plant poison pills in the reforms. He prefers to call them stability safeguards, Harry noted dryly. He can call them dancing hippogriffs if he wants, Ron retorted. They're still designed to let the conclave slither back into power the moment you and he lose magic. Harry couldn't disagree. Despite their shared authority and approaching shared sacrifice, Arcturus remained committed to preserving conclave influence in whatever governance emerged. Their forced collaboration had produced a bizarre working relationship, respectful intellectual opposition during the day, followed by nightly attempts to outmaneuver each other in the details of implementation. We need to, Harry began, but stopped as a silver fox Patronus bounded into the room. Emergency at Department of Mysteries, Juliana's voice reported through the glowing messenger. Unusual magical activity in the sealed archives. Arcturus involved. Your presence requested immediately. The three friends exchanged alarmed glances. The Department of Mysteries housed the deepest secrets of magical governance, including records of founding magic that predated the ministry itself. Trap. Ron suggested immediately. Possibly, Harry acknowledged. But if Arcturus is accessing restricted founding archives, it could threaten the entire transition, Hermione finished grimly. Harry made a swift decision. Ron, alert security teams but keep them on standby. No direct approach until we assess. Hermione, research what he might be after and prepare countermeasures, she finished, already moving toward the restricted transition documents they'd assembled. I'll handle Arcturus, Harry concluded, though the words carried more confidence than he felt. 6 months of working alongside his ancient relative had taught Harry to never underestimate Arcturus Peverell. Whatever the elder wizard was doing in the Department of Mysteries, it was unlikely to be simple or easily countered. The Department of Mysteries felt different since Stage 3 activation. The dissolution of traditional ministry structures had affected even this most secretive department, bringing long-hidden research into the governance transition process. Former unspeakables now worked openly with the transition authority, though old habits of secrecy died hard. Harry found Juliana waiting outside the sealed archives section, her expression tight with controlled concern. What happened? He asked without preamble. Arcturus requested access to examine founding records related to the regional governance transition, she explained, leading him toward the disturbance. Standard procedure given his authority. But monitoring charms detected him accessing a restricted section containing preministry magical protocols. What specific records? The magical concordance of 1414, Juliana replied. The original agreement that established emergency succession procedures for governance disruption. Harry's concern deepened. The concordance represented one of the earliest formal frameworks for magical governance transition, precisely the kind of historical mechanism Arcturus might exploit. Is he still inside? Yes. When questioned about unauthorized access, he invoked Joint Transition Authority, your shared power, and continued his research. The archivists contacted me immediately. They reached the archive entrance, where two former unspeakables stood maintaining careful neutrality despite obvious tension. He's in the founding protocols section, one reported. Magical energy readings suggest active spell work beyond simple research. Harry nodded acknowledgement. I'll handle this alone. Maintain perimeter security but do not interfere unless I signal. Harry, Juliana began, concern evident. I know, he assured her quietly. But confronting him with a show of force would only escalate whatever he's planning. Our shared authority makes this complicated. She held his gaze, professional assessment wrestling with personal worry. 5 minutes. Then I'm coming in regardless. Harry entered the archives, feeling ancient magic respond to his presence. The transition authority identification was unnecessary here, the founding magic recognized him directly as contingency heir. Rows of shelves stretched into magical darkness, containing records dating back to the earliest organized magical governance in Britain. He followed the subtle magical disturbance toward the deepest section, where pre-ministry protocols were stored. Rounding a final corner, Harry found Arcturus standing before an open cabinet, magical energy flowing between ancient parchments and a complex runic array he had established on the floor. "Bit of light reading, Arcturus?" Harry inquired mildly, keeping his distance from the active magic. The elder Peverell didn't appear startled, merely glancing up with the faintest smile. "Harry. I expected you'd join me eventually. Your surveillance systems are quite efficient." "They're not surveillance systems. They're transparency protocols," Harry corrected. "The difference being everyone knows about them, including you." Semantic distinctions, Arcturus dismissed, returning his attention to the runic array. "I'm simply researching historical precedent for our current transition challenges." Harry studied the array carefully, recognizing elements concerning magical transference, authority binding, and temporal anchoring. "That doesn't look like research. It looks like preparation for a binding ritual." "Perceptive as always," Arcturus acknowledged. "Though ritual suggests something more ceremonial than practical. I prefer protocol implementation." "Implementing what protocol, exactly?" Arcturus gestured toward the open cabinet, where an ancient parchment glowed with subdued power. "The Concordance Continuity Provision. A fascinating mechanism designed to ensure governance stability during periods of magical disruption." Harry approached cautiously, examining the document without touching it. The archaic language was difficult to parse, but the essence became clear with growing alarm. "This is a power transference protocol. It allows for the temporary delegation of transition authority to designated successors." "Indeed," Arcturus confirmed. "Designed specifically for situations where established authority figures become incapacitated. Our approaching magical suspension qualifies rather precisely." The implications crystallized instantly. "You're creating a mechanism to transfer your authority before our magic is suspended." "Our authority," Arcturus corrected smoothly. "The protocol would apply equally to both of us. Each of us could designate successors to maintain stability during our vulnerable year." The proposal sounded reasonable on the surface, exactly how Arcturus presented all his most dangerous ideas. Harry examined the runic array more carefully, noting subtle asymmetries in the design. "Except you've modified the original protocol," he observed. "These bindings aren't balanced. They're weighted toward blood connection in successor selection." Arcturus' expression revealed nothing, but his slight pause confirmed Harry's assessment. "A necessary adaptation to ensure magical compatibility. The original protocol was designed for single-generation transfer. And coincidentally gives significant advantage to your side of the succession, since you have multiple conclave blood relatives positioned in the transition structure," Harry noted. "While I have, considerably fewer options." "An unfortunate demographic reality, not deliberate design," Arcturus replied with practiced reasonableness. "The protocol itself is neutral. Circumstantial advantages aren't built into the magic." Harry had grown familiar with this pattern, Arcturus proposing mechanisms that appeared procedurally fair while exploiting contextual advantages. 6 months of such maneuvering had taught Harry to look beyond the proposed system to its practical application. "This isn't about continuity," he stated flatly. "It's about ensuring conclave influence survives our magical suspension." "It's about preventing chaos during a critical vulnerability," Arcturus countered. "The governance structures we're building remain fragile. Without clear authority during our suspension year, everything we've built could collapse. Or evolve naturally without our control," Harry suggested. "Which I suspect is what you actually fear." Arcturus' perpetual composure slipped momentarily, revealing genuine conviction beneath the political calculation. What I fear, Harry, is watching centuries of magical stability sacrificed to democratic idealism that fails to account for reality. What reality? That magical society cannot function like Muggle democracy, Arcturus stated bluntly. Our powers are inherently unequal. Our traditions necessarily exclusive. Our security challenges existentially different. These realities haven't changed simply because you find them philosophically uncomfortable. The argument touched the core philosophical difference that defined their year-long power sharing, whether magical governance should reflect inherent magical hierarchies or forge a more egalitarian path despite them. We've had this debate for 6 months, Harry noted. And yet here you are, attempting to implement your vision unilaterally through obscure historical protocols. Because time grows short, Arcturus replied, genuine urgency entering his voice. 6 months remain before we both lose all capability to directly shape what follows. The structures you've implemented, regional councils, magical being representation, distributed authority, they're untested and vulnerable. To what? Democratic participation. To manipulation, fragmentation, and eventual collapse, Arcturus countered. Without proper stabilizing influences during the critical first year, your democratic councils will either dissolve into factional conflict or be co-opted by the first organized group to exploit their procedural weaknesses. The assessment carried uncomfortable plausibility. Harry had harbored similar concerns, though reaching different conclusions about the solution. So your answer is to ensure conclave-friendly successors control the transition, he challenged. My answer is to ensure experienced leadership guides implementation through its most vulnerable period, Arcturus corrected. The conclave has managed magical governance transitions for centuries, Harry. That experience has value, regardless of your opinion of our methods. Harry studied the elder Peverell carefully. Despite their fundamental differences, he had developed reluctant respect for Arcturus' intelligence and genuine commitment to magical stability, however flawed his conception of it. Disable the ritual, Harry said finally. This isn't a decision to be made unilaterally, especially through magical mechanisms that favor your perspective. For a moment, it seemed Arcturus might refuse. Then, with a resigned sigh, he waved his wand, collapsing the runic array. As you wish. Though this merely delays the inevitable conversation about succession planning. A conversation we'll have transparently, with all stakeholders represented, Harry insisted. Not through secret archives and ancient protocols. Arcturus closed the cabinet with unnatural care. Your commitment to transparency is admirable, if occasionally impractical. I wonder if you'll maintain such idealism when our magic fades and those you've empowered begin making decisions you cannot influence. The observation struck uncomfortably close to Harry's private concerns, the fear that all they'd built might be undone during their vulnerable year, or worse, perverted into something neither had intended. That's the test of whether we've built something worthwhile, Harry replied. Systems dependent on specific individuals to function aren't systems, they're personality cults. Arcturus studied him with that penetrating blue gaze so disconcertingly similar to Harry's own in shape, if not color. You may discover that all governance ultimately rests on personalities, Harry. The question is merely whether those personalities operate visibly or behind carefully constructed frameworks. As they exited the archives together in uneasy détente, Harry found Juliana waiting with barely concealed tension, her hand near her wand. Everything resolved? She asked, eyes flicking between them. For now, Harry confirmed. Though I suspect the archives should remain under enhanced monitoring. Already implemented, she assured him, falling into step beside him as they left the department. Arcturus watched their interaction with that calculating assessment Harry had come to recognize as his most dangerous expression, the look that preceded his most subtle maneuvers. Senior Investigator Blackwood, Arcturus acknowledged politely. Your security protocols continue to impress. Though I wonder if your personal connection to the transition authority compromises your objectivity regarding potential threats. The implication hung in the air, deliberate and pointed. Juliana's relationship with Harry had become common knowledge during their months of working together, though both maintained professional boundaries in public settings. "My assessment of threats is based on actions and evidence," Juliana replied evenly. "Your unauthorized access to restricted protocols and attempt to implement binding magic without consultation qualified objectively." Arcturus inclined his head slightly, acknowledging the parry. "Fair enough. Though I maintain that proper succession planning represents responsible governance rather than threat." "We'll address succession through established channels," Harry reiterated firmly. "The Transition Council meets tomorrow. You can present your concerns there." "Of course," Arcturus agreed with practiced grace. "Transparency above all." As the elder Peverell departed toward his own offices, Juliana's professional demeanor relaxed marginally. "What was he really doing?" she asked quietly. "Attempting to establish a mechanism to transfer our authority before we lose magic," Harry explained. "Technically legitimate, but structured to favor conclave-aligned successors." "Not surprising," Juliana noted. "But concerning that he's moving toward implementation rather than just planning." "He feels time pressure," Harry agreed. 6 months suddenly seems very short when you're facing total magical loss." They walked in silence through the transformed ministry corridors, now bustling with representatives from previously marginalized magical communities. Where once uniformity prevailed, diversity of being and perspective now characterized governance operations, exactly what Harry had fought for and Arcturus subtly resisted. "Will you tell me what's really bothering you?" Juliana asked as they reached a quiet alcove. "Beyond Arcturus and succession planning." Harry met her perceptive gaze, reminded again of how thoroughly she had come to understand him during their shared struggles. 6 months of working side by side through the most challenging transition in magical Britain's history had created a connection deeper than romance alone might have fostered. "I'm concerned about what comes after," he admitted quietly. "Not just governance, but—" He gestured vaguely between them. "Us," she supplied gently. "Everything changes when my magic goes," Harry continued. "I've been defined by magic since I was 11. I've never lived as an adult without it. And you, your entire career, your life, is centered in the magical world." Juliana studied him thoughtfully. "You think I'm with you because you're magically powerful? Because you're the Peverell heir?" "No," Harry clarified. "But our relationship developed during extraordinary circumstances. When those circumstances change dramatically. You fear I might see you differently," she concluded. "Or that practical realities might overwhelm personal connection." Put so directly, the concern seemed almost trivial, yet it had been growing as the deadline approached. Harry had lost too many connections in his life not to anticipate potential abandonment. "It's not just about us," he said. "It's about everything we've built. In 6 months, I'll have no direct ability to protect these reforms. The resistance is growing bolder, Arcturus is planning succession manipulation, and international magical communities remain skeptical about our restructuring." Juliana stepped closer, her expression softening from professional to personal. "Harry Potter, the most remarkable thing about you has never been your magic." "No. No," she confirmed firmly. "It's your capacity to inspire others to find their own courage. To build community around shared purpose rather than imposed authority. Those qualities don't depend on magic, they're the essence of who you are." Her words eased something that had been tightening in his chest for weeks. "You sound remarkably certain for someone facing such an unprecedented situation." "I'm certain about you," she replied simply. "The rest we'll figure out together, magical or not." Before Harry could respond, a Lynx Patronus bounded into the alcove, Kingsley's messenger, now serving as his communication as transition coordinator. "Emergency session required," it announced urgently. "Detection systems report massive magical disturbance at Ministry Foundation level. All Transition Authority personnel to Central Chamber immediately." The personal moment evaporated as they shifted instantly back to crisis response. Whatever was happening at the Foundation level, where the ministry's original founding magic resided, represented a threat to the entire governance structure. Arcturus, Harry concluded grimly. This was misdirection. While we discovered his archive research, something else was being implemented. The Resistance has been infiltrating maintenance crews, Juliana recalled as they hurried toward the central chamber. We've had reports of unusual activity in the lower levels for weeks. Harry's mind raced through possibilities, none reassuring. The ministry's founding magic represented the most fundamental layer of magical governance, the original enchantments that had unified disparate magical authorities centuries ago. Tampering with those foundations could destabilize everything built upon them, including their transition reforms. Alert all security teams, he instructed as they ran. Full containment protocols for the foundation level. And find Arcturus, I want to know exactly where he is and what he knows about this. As alarms began sounding throughout the transformed ministry, Harry felt cold certainty settling over him. The Resistance wasn't simply opposing their reforms politically, they were attempting to undermine the magical foundations upon which any governance must be built. The reckoning he had anticipated for months was finally arriving, and at the worst possible moment in their transition year. Whatever came next would determine whether their reformed governance survived to implementation, or collapsed before it truly began. The central chamber, once the Wisengamot meeting hall, now repurposed as the Transition Authority's Emergency Operations Center, hummed with controlled chaos. Magical displays showed cascading disruptions throughout the ministry's systems as the foundation-level disturbance spread through connected enchantments. Status report, Harry demanded as he entered with Juliana. Hermione looked up from coordinating response teams, her expression grim. Multiple magical breaches at the foundation level. Someone has activated dormant protocols in the original ministry enchantments. What kind of protocols? Harry asked, though he already suspected the answer. Purification protocols, Arcturus responded, entering from another door with Kingsley. Designed to cleanse governance magic of corruption in times of transition crisis. Harry studied his co-authority sharply. You know about these protocols? Were you involved in their activation? I know about them because I've studied ministry founding magic for centuries, Arcturus replied evenly. And no, I did not activate them. I have no interest in destroying governance structures I helped design, regardless of our philosophical differences. For once, Harry believed him completely. Arcturus' expression showed genuine alarm beneath his customary composure. Whatever was happening threatened his vision for magical Britain as much as Harry's. The activation signature matches Resistance front magical profiles, Kingsley confirmed. But with concerning differences. The power levels are exponentially higher than previous attacks. They've tapped into the foundation magic itself, Hermione explained, highlighting a pulsing section of the magical display. Using it to amplify their spell effects. It's creating a cascading reaction through all connected systems. Ron joined them, coordination plans in hand. We've evacuated non-essential personnel from the 3 lowest levels. Security teams report multiple breaches in the Foundation chambers themselves. They're requesting direct intervention from Transition Authority leadership. Harry studied the magical displays, recognizing a pattern in the disruption. They're not just causing random damage. There's a methodology here. He turned to Arcturus. What exactly do these purification protocols do? Arcturus approached the display, analyzing the pattern with centuries of expertise. Originally, they were designed to reset governance magic to its founding parameters if external corruption was detected. A fail-safe against foreign magical influence or internal sabotage. And in current context? Harry pressed. In current context, Arcturus replied gravely, they would interpret our governance reforms as corruption of original parameters. The protocols would attempt to revert all ministry magic to its pre-transition state. Erasing 6 months of restructuring, Hermione concluded in horror. Every reform, every new authority distribution, every protection we've built into the system, gone. Worse than that, Arcturus corrected. The original parameters include powerful rejection enchantments against non-traditional participation. Magical beings granted new authorities would be forcibly expelled from the governance structure. The magical backlash could be severe. The implications struck like a physical blow. Dozens of goblins, centaurs, house elves, and other magical beings now served in various transition capacities. If violently rejected by core ministry magic, the injuries could be catastrophic. How do we stop it? Harry demanded. The protocols can only be countermanded from the Foundation chamber itself, Arcturus explained. By individuals the founding magic recognizes as legitimate authorities. Us, Harry concluded. The contingency heirs. Precisely, Arcturus confirmed. Our shared authority should allow us to override the purification process, but only through direct magical intervention at the source. Harry made a swift decision. Hermione, coordinate evacuation of all at-risk personnel, particularly magical beings within the governance structure. Ron, establish defensive perimeter around Foundation access points. The Resistance may have forces protecting their operation. Kingsley, implement continuity protocols in case we lose central governance functionality. And me? Juliana asked, though her expression suggested she already knew. With us, Harry replied, including her in the intervention team without hesitation. We'll need security support, and you know the Foundation layout better than most. Touching faith in my abilities, Arcturus commented dryly. Though I would point out that confronting Foundation-level magical disruption is rather different from archive security. I served in the Department of Mysteries task force before joining magical law enforcement, Juliana informed him coolly. My specialization was founding magic architecture. Arcturus raised an eyebrow, reassessing. Interesting. Your father's influence, I presume. My own interests and abilities, she corrected firmly. Which happen to align with family tradition. We don't have time for this, Harry interrupted. The disruption is accelerating. We need to reach the Foundation chamber now. As they prepared to depart, Hermione pulled Harry aside briefly. Be careful, she warned quietly. The magical readings suggest this isn't just a reset attempt. The energy patterns have destabilization characteristics consistent with much darker intentions. Destruction rather than reversion? Harry asked grimly. Possibly, she confirmed. If they can't control the governance magic, they might prefer it destroyed entirely rather than reformed. Scorched earth, Harry muttered. Burn it all down if they can't rule it. Exactly, Hermione agreed. Which means you're walking into something potentially catastrophic. Harry squeezed her shoulder reassuringly. We've faced worse odds. Have we? She challenged softly. This isn't Voldemort, Harry. This is the fundamental magic that holds our world together. He had no comforting response to that assessment. Instead, he simply nodded acknowledgement of the danger before rejoining Arcturus and Juliana. Ready? He asked them. To prevent magical catastrophe? Arcturus replied with grim humor. As ready as one can be when facing potential magical collapse. The three of them headed toward the secure lifts that would take them to the Ministry's deepest level, a place few wizards had ever seen, where the original founding enchantments pulsed at the heart of magical governance. The descent felt endless, the magical disruption growing more palpable with each level they passed. By the time they reached the Foundation level, magic visibly distorted the air around them, rippling effects indicating serious instability in fundamental enchantments. The corruption is spreading faster than anticipated, Arcturus observed as they exited the lift into ancient stone corridors clearly predating the Ministry above. The Resistance has amplified the purification protocols beyond their designed parameters. Deliberately? Harry asked, leading them toward the central chamber indicated on Juliana's enchanted map. Almost certainly, Arcturus confirmed. The original protocols were designed for controlled reversion, not catastrophic disruption. Someone has modified them significantly. The question is how, Juliana noted. Founding magic should resist unauthorized modification, especially by those without historical connection to the original enchantments. Arcturus' expression darkened. Unless they're using blood connection to bypass protections. Certain resistance leaders have ancestral ties to founding families. Like the Peverells, Harry concluded grimly. Among others, Arcturus agreed. Blood magic remains one of the most primitive yet effective ways to manipulate ancient enchantments. They navigated through increasingly unstable corridors, magic crackling visibly along ancient runes carved into the stone walls. Twice they were forced to detour around sections where the disruption had rendered passages completely impassable, solid stone flowing like liquid as foundational magic destabilized. The central chamber should be just ahead, Juliana reported, studying her map. Though the magical interference is affecting navigation enchantments. As they rounded the final corner, they encountered their first human opposition, 3 robed figures working at a complex magical array blocking the chamber entrance. Upon seeing the approaching group, they immediately shifted to defensive positions. Transition authority. Juliana announced formally. Stand down and surrender your wands. The response was immediate and violent, not words but coordinated offensive magic. Blasting curses, cutting hexes, and something darker with sickly purple energy erupted toward them. Harry reacted instinctively, raising a shield charm that expanded to protect all 3 of them. Beside him, Arcturus demonstrated centuries of magical experience, his counterattack precisely targeted to disable rather than harm, binding 2 attackers in a single complex movement. The third attacker proved more resilient, diving behind a pillar while maintaining offensive pressure. Juliana moved with practiced efficiency, flanking position while Harry held the attacker's attention. Her stunning spell caught the resistance member mid-cast, dropping them unconscious. Efficient teamwork, Arcturus commented as they secured the unconscious attackers. Though these are merely sentries, not the primary operators. Harry examined the magical array the resistance members had established. They weren't just guarding. They were amplifying the disruption from out here. He pointed to specific runes in the design. These are resonance enhancers. They're magnifying whatever's happening inside the chamber. Sophisticated work, Arcturus observed with reluctant respect. The resistance has more magical expertise than we credited them with. Or outside help, Juliana suggested, studying the unconscious attackers. None of these 3 match profiles of known magical theorists or ancient magic specialists. Harry dismantled the resonance array while Arcturus examined the chamber entrance. The massive stone doors were carved with intricate runic patterns that pulsed erratically with disturbed magic. The containment seals are failing, Arcturus reported grimly. Foundation magic is leaking into surrounding structures. If we don't restabilize soon, the disruption will reach critical mass and cascade throughout the entire ministry complex. How do we open it? Harry asked, joining him at the ancient doors. Together, Arcturus replied. The doors should recognize our shared authority and grant access. They positioned themselves on either side of the central seal, while Juliana maintained security position covering potential additional attacks. At Arcturus' nod, they both placed their hands on the runic keystone at the door's center. The reaction was immediate and violent. Magic surged through them as the founding enchantments recognized their authority signatures. The doors rumbled open with reluctant grinding, revealing the chamber beyond, and the catastrophe unfolding within. The foundation chamber was a perfect circle carved from living bedrock, its walls covered entirely with the most complex runic arrays Harry had ever encountered. At the chamber's center stood an object that defied simple description, neither fully physical nor purely magical, a crystalline structure that pulsed with the fundamental power of wizarding governance. Surrounding this foundation stone, 7 robed figures maintained positions in a ritual configuration that was clearly corrupting the stone's natural magic. Dark energy poured from their wands into the crystal, which had developed fracture-like patterns glowing with sickly light. At the ritual's center stood a figure Harry recognized with shock, Lucius Malfoy, whom they had believed fled abroad months earlier. His once aristocratic features were twisted with zealous intensity as he directed the corruption of founding magic. "Stop!" Harry commanded, his voice amplified by the chamber's acoustics. "You're destabilizing magic you can't control." The ritual participants turned toward the interruption, but unlike their sentries outside, they maintained their positions and magical connections to the foundation stone. Lucius smiled thinly, unsurprised by their arrival. "Potter. And Arcturus. How appropriate that you witnessed the cleansing of your corruption firsthand." "This isn't cleansing, Lucius," Arcturus responded, genuine alarm evident beneath his usual composure. "You've modified the purification protocols beyond safe parameters. The foundation stone is fracturing. Necessary destruction before proper restoration," Lucius replied calmly. "The governance magic has been too deeply corrupted by your democratic experiments. Better to reduce it to base elements and rebuild properly." "You have no idea what you're unleashing," Arcturus warned. "Foundation magic doesn't simply rebuild when destroyed. Its loss would create governance vacuum across magical Britain. A vacuum the resistance is prepared to fill," Lucius countered. "With proper structures reflecting natural magical hierarchy, untainted by Muggle-influenced notions of equality." Harry assessed the situation rapidly, noting the fracture pattern spreading through the foundation stone. The damage was already severe, approaching irreversible. "Juliana, secure the perimeter." "Arcturus, how do we counteract the corruption?" "We need to establish counterbalancing resonance," Arcturus replied, already moving toward the opposite side of the foundation stone from the ritual participants. "Direct application of contingency authority to override the corruption commands." Lucius laughed coldly. "Your contingency authority is precisely what we're neutralizing, old friend. The purification protocols are specially modified to reject transition authorities while preserving traditional command structures." "That's impossible," Arcturus objected. "The founding magic would never accept such contradictory instructions." "Unless supported by older magic," another ritual participant stated, lowering his hood to reveal Corvus Blackthorn's gaunt features. "Blood magic predating even the contingency itself." Understanding clicked into place with horrifying clarity. "You're sacrificing something to power this," Harry realized aloud. "Something connected to the founding families." "Very good, Potter," Lucius acknowledged with mocking approval. "The last descendants of 3 founding lines who opposed the original conclave establishment. Their willing sacrifice fuels the purification." Harry spotted them then, 3 younger participants whose magical energy was being actively drained rather than simply channeled. Their expressions showed the glazed look of those under powerful compulsion charms. "They're not willing," he contradicted sharply. "They're under imperious or similar control. Their blood consent was given generations ago," Lucius dismissed. "Family magic binds them to ancestral oaths whether they comprehend them or not." The ethical perversion sickened Harry even as the tactical challenge sharpened. They faced not just powerful dark magic but magic specifically designed to neutralize their contingency authority. Direct confrontation might prove ineffective or even counterproductive. "We need to break the ritual circle," he told Arcturus quietly. "Disrupt their formation without directly attacking the foundation stone." "Agreed," Arcturus replied. "Though we must move carefully. Sudden disruption could accelerate the fracturing process." Juliana rejoined them, having secured the chamber entrance. 7 participants, 3 under compulsion, 4 actively directing. Standard disruption tactics won't work against a blood ritual of this magnitude. "No," Harry agreed. "But the compelled participants might be our opening. If we can break the control over them, the ritual loses its power source." "While you strategize, the cleansing progresses," Lucius called mockingly. "In minutes, your precious reforms will be erased from magical memory. The natural order will reassert itself." Harry ignored the taunt, focusing instead on the magical patterns flowing through the ritual. Despite their profoundly different philosophies, He and Arcturus had developed effective magical synchronization during their months of shared authority. Now, with subtle gestures, they communicated a coordinated approach. "On 3, Harry murmured. "Defensive formation echo." Arcturus nodded understanding, positioning himself for optimal casting angle. Juliana automatically moved to complete their tactical triangle, her wand ready. 1, 2, 3. Their combined spellwork executed with perfect precision, not attacking the ritual participants directly but targeting the floor beneath them with controlled transmutation. The ancient stone rippled and shifted, disrupting the careful positioning required for ritual stability. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The ritual faltered as participants struggled to maintain their positions. The compelled sacrifices, their concentration broken, began to resist their magical bindings. "Maintain the circle," Lucius commanded furiously. "The cleansing is nearly complete." Blackthorn and the other unidentified leader fought to stabilize the ritual, redirecting energy to compensate for the disruption. But the foundation stone's fractures had reached critical extension, magic leaking from the crystalline structure in volatile surges. "It's becoming unstable," Arcturus warned, genuine fear coloring his voice. "Malfoy, stop this madness before you destroy what can't be rebuilt." Whether from arrogance or desperation, Lucius ignored the warning, instead intensifying his own magical input to the corruption process. The foundation stone's fractures widened visibly, dark energy pulsing along the spreading cracks. "We need to intervene directly," Harry decided, seeing catastrophe approaching. Containment Protocol 7. "Too risky," Arcturus objected. Direct authority application during active corruption could trigger complete collapse. "If we do nothing, it collapses anyway," Harry countered. "At least this way we direct the energy flow." Their argument was rendered moot as one of the compelled participants broke free of control entirely, disrupting the ritual's carefully balanced energy distribution. Magic backlashed violently through the circle, throwing several participants backwards and creating a cascading failure in the corruption process. The foundation stone pulsed with blinding intensity as contradictory magical commands fought within its structure. Fractures spread rapidly across its crystalline surface, reaching critical integrity failure. "It's going to shatter," Juliana warned, already casting protective enchantments around them. "Everyone out," Harry commanded, but even as he spoke, he knew evacuation was impossible. The magic destabilizing before them controlled fundamental aspects of wizarding governance. Its complete failure would create consequences extending far beyond the chamber itself. In that critical moment, Arcturus made a decision that surprised Harry completely. Instead of retreating, the elder Peverell strode directly toward the failing foundation stone. "What are you doing?" Harry demanded, following instinctively. "What must be done," Arcturus replied grimly. "The stone requires stable authority connection to prevent complete collapse. Our contingency signatures together might be sufficient." Harry understood immediately. "Direct magical binding to contain the fracturing." "Precisely," Arcturus confirmed. "Though the cost will be significant." The unspoken implication hung between them. Binding themselves directly to the destabilizing foundation magic would likely accelerate their approaching magical sacrifice, possibly triggering it immediately rather than at their scheduled deadline 6 months hence. Without hesitation, Harry positioned himself opposite Arcturus around the fracturing stone. "On 3, full contingency authority channeling." Arcturus nodded, for once without calculation or hidden agenda, simply a fellow practitioner facing magical catastrophe with clear purpose. 1, 2, 3. They placed their hands directly on the foundation stone, channeling their contingency authority into its failing structure. The connection was immediate and overwhelmingly powerful, raw governance magic flowing through them in quantities never meant for individual wizards to contain. Harry felt his own magic responding, merging with the foundation enchantments to create stabilizing resonance against the corruption. Beside him, Arcturus did the same, their combined signatures reinforcing governance structures even as the physical stone continued fracturing. Around them, Chaos erupted as resistance members fled or were captured by Juliana and security forces that had finally breached the chamber. Lucius and Blackthorn attempted escape but found their retreat blocked by transition authority orders. The compelled sacrifices, now free from control, collapsed from magical exhaustion. Through it all, Harry and Arcturus maintained their desperate connection to the Foundation Stone, pouring their magical essence into containing its collapse. Pain lanced through Harry as the connection demanded more than normal magical channeling should allow, drawing on deeper reserves than he knew he possessed. "It's working," Arcturus gasped, his aristocratic composure stripped away by magical exertion. "The fracturing is slowing." Indeed, the spreading cracks had begun to stabilize, though the stone remained critically damaged. The corrupting energy dissipated gradually as their contingency authority reasserted proper governance patterns. "We need to reinforce the containment," Harry managed through gritted teeth. "The structure remains vulnerable." Juliana approached cautiously, assessing the situation with professional clarity despite the chaos. "What do you need?" "The Transition Council," Harry instructed, fighting to maintain focus through escalating magical drain. "Bring representatives immediately. We need to establish distributed authority connection before our binding fails." Understanding immediately, she dispatched Patronus messengers while coordinating the securing of resistance prisoners. Within minutes, Kingsley arrived leading a group including Hermione, Ron, Augusta Longbottom, and representatives from magical being communities. "Form a secondary circle," Arcturus commanded, his voice strained by continuing magical exertion. "Establish governance connection according to transition protocols. Quickly." The council members positioned themselves around the chamber, following Hermione's guidance to create a stabilizing magical network. As they established connection, Harry felt the burden easing slightly, the crushing weight of Foundation magic distributing across multiple authorized channels rather than solely through him and Arcturus. "It's stabilizing," he reported, though the personal cost remained severe. "Governance patterns re-establishing along reformed parameters. The distributed authority model is reinforcing naturally," Hermione observed with relief. "The Foundation magic is accepting the transition framework." For nearly an hour, they maintained this extraordinary intervention, gradually shifting Foundation connections from the critically damaged stone to the new distributed network they had been implementing throughout their transition year. What should have taken months of careful magical integration was being accomplished in a desperate, accelerated process born of necessity. Finally, when the last critical connections had been transferred, Harry and Arcturus were able to release their direct binding to the fractured stone. Both collapsed immediately, magically drained beyond safe limits. "Harry!" Juliana was at his side instantly, supporting him as he fought to remain conscious. "The stone?" he asked weakly. "Contained but irreparably damaged," Hermione reported, kneeling beside him. "But the governance magic has successfully transferred to the distributed network. Your reforms are holding." Relief washed through him despite the debilitating exhaustion. "Arcturus?" "Alive," Ron confirmed from where he supported the elder Peverell. "Though in similar condition to yourself." "The sacrifice," Arcturus murmured, barely audible. "It's begun early." The binding accelerated the process. Harry felt it too, the unmistakable sensation of his magic beginning to fade, not the temporary depletion of overexertion but something deeper and more fundamental. The Year-Enidae sacrifice that Stage 3 demanded was initiating months ahead of schedule. "How long?" he asked Arcturus, knowing the elder wizard's centuries of experience might provide insight. "Hours, perhaps a day at most," Arcturus replied grimly. The binding forced acceleration of the entire contingency cycle. The implications struck everyone present. The carefully planned transition, meant to conclude with 6 more months of contingency-guided implementation, would now need to proceed without its primary architects. The governance structures were established but not fully tested, the reforms implemented but not completely secured. "We need to prepare immediate continuity protocols," Hermione stated, already organizing priorities. "The Transition Council must assume direct authority once your magic fully withdraws." "No," Harry and Arcturus said simultaneously, sharing a rare moment of complete agreement. Not direct authority, Harry clarified. Distributed responsibility according to the reformed structure. No central authority replacement. The reforms must stand on their own merits now, Arcturus added, surprising Harry with his apparent acceptance. The test comes earlier than anticipated, but its nature remains the same. As they were carefully moved from the Foundation chamber toward medical attention, Harry found himself side by side with Arcturus on conjured stretchers. Despite their profound exhaustion, both remained grimly focused on the approaching transition. You could have fled, Harry noted quietly. When the stone began collapsing. Preserved your magic longer. As could you, Arcturus countered. Yet neither of us did. Perhaps we're more alike than either would comfortably admit. The observation carried unexpected truth. For all their philosophical differences, both had ultimately prioritized magical Britain's stability over personal preservation. The methods and visions diverged profoundly, but the core commitment remained similar. What happens now? Harry asked as they reached the upper levels where healers waited. With the conclave, with everything you've worked centuries to preserve? Arcturus was silent for a moment, genuine contemplation replacing political calculation. Evolution, I suppose. As with all things. The conclave preserved magical governance through centuries of external threats. Perhaps now internal adaptation becomes the priority. You're accepting the reforms? Harry asked skeptically. Accepting reality, Arcturus corrected. The Foundation magic has integrated with your distributed authority model. Fighting that integration now would cause more harm than benefit, even to traditional interests. It wasn't ideological conversion, Harry recognized, but pragmatic adaptation, perhaps the most one could realistically expect from a centuries-old power structure. Still, it represented significant progress from their initial confrontation a year earlier. As healers began treatment for their magical exhaustion, Harry caught Juliana's gaze where she stood coordinating security arrangements. The unspoken question in her eyes matched his own thoughts, what now? With his magic fading hours rather than months from now, every assumption about their future had shifted. Hermione approached his bedside, transition plans already forming despite the crisis. We need to prepare public announcements, continuity procedures, security protocols for your vulnerable period. First things first, Harry interrupted gently. Secure the prisoners, especially Lucius and Blackthorn. They'll have contingency plans of their own. Already done, Ron confirmed, joining them. Maximum security with anti-blood magic protections. The compelled sacrifices are receiving treatment and deconditioning. The Foundation chamber. Sealed and under constant monitoring, Hermione assured him. The distributed network is stabilizing hourly. Your reforms are holding, Harry. He nodded, relieved yet concerned about the accelerated timeline. We need to implement the final governance protocols immediately. Everything we planned for the 6-month mark needs to happen now. The full transition. Without further review? Hermione questioned, understandably cautious. Without contingency oversight, Harry clarified. But with full transition council implementation. The structural framework is complete, even if some details remain unrefined. He glanced toward Arcturus, who nodded agreement from his own treatment area. The foundational work is sufficient. Implementation will reveal necessary adjustments, but the framework itself is sound. Their unexpected consensus drew surprised looks from the others. After months of philosophical battles over every aspect of governance restructuring, their shared crisis response had created momentary alignment. I'll convene the council immediately, Kingsley promised. We'll implement the final transition protocols before your magic fully withdraws. As preparations accelerated around them, Juliana finally approached Harry's bedside, professional demeanor giving way to personal concern. You should have warned me you were planning to bind yourself to unstable Foundation magic, she admonished quietly. It wasn't exactly planned, Harry replied with a weak smile. More improvised catastrophe response. Typical Potter approach, she noted, though her expression remained troubled. The healers say your magic is depleting rapidly. 8 hours at most before complete suspension. Harry nodded, having felt the accelerating loss himself. Enough time to complete the necessary transitions. He hesitated before adding, and to have certain important conversations. She understood his meaning immediately. About what comes after. Yes. Juliana sat beside his bed, their privacy respected by the others busy with emergency preparations. My father told me something before he died, she said quietly. He said true character reveals itself not when power is gained, but when it's relinquished. I never fully understood until watching you these past months. I'm about to relinquish power quite literally, Harry observed. And I'll be right beside you when you do, she replied simply. Magic or no magic, Harry Potter. The man I've come to care for exists independently of his magical abilities. The declaration, straightforward and unhesitating, eased his deepest unspoken fear. It won't be easy, he cautioned. A year as effectively a squib, while everything we've built faces its first real tests. Nothing worthwhile is easy, she countered. And you won't face it alone. As medical treatment continued, Harry felt his magic continuing to fade, the familiar internal presence that had defined his life since childhood gradually withdrawing. Yet alongside that loss grew something else, quiet confidence that what they had built might actually survive without his direct magical involvement. The reforms would stand or fall on their own merits now. The distributed authority model, transparent operations, and inclusive participation would be tested against real-world challenges without contingency protection. Democracy would face its truest test, functioning without its architect's direct guidance. And Harry Potter would face his own profound challenge, living without magic while watching others implement and adapt his vision. The ultimate test of whether he had truly built something greater than himself. Sunlight streamed through the windows of Harry's modest London flat, illuminating a space that bridged magical and muggle worlds. Wizarding photographs shared shelf space with electronic devices, magical texts alongside muggle literature. 6 months into his year without magic, he had created a life balance between the worlds he now navigated daily. The Prophet lay open on his coffee table, headlines announcing the latest developments in magical governance. Regional council elections complete, diverse leadership emerges across Britain, proclaimed the main story, accompanied by moving photographs of newly elected representatives including goblins, centaurs, and wizards from traditionally underrepresented backgrounds. Harry smiled as he sipped his manually prepared tea. The transition had proceeded more smoothly than even his optimistic projections, the reformed structures proving remarkably resilient despite ongoing challenges. Occasional resistance from traditional factions continued, but increasingly through legitimate political channels rather than subversive action. The doorbell rang, interrupting his morning routine. He found Hermione waiting outside, her expression bright despite the early hour. Good morning. Ready for the council session? She asked, entering with the brisk efficiency that had made her the most effective transition council coordinator. As ready as a non-magical advisor can be, Harry replied good-naturedly. Though I still think special governance consultant is an unnecessarily grandiose title for someone who can't cast a single charm. Your value has never been primarily magical, Hermione reminded him, setting down a folder of materials. Your strategic thinking and moral clarity are what the council needs, not spell capability. It had taken time for Harry to accept this truth, that his contribution to governance extended beyond magical authority. The early months without magic had been profoundly challenging, forcing him to rediscover himself without the capabilities that had defined him since childhood. Yet gradually, he had found new ways to contribute, his perspective as someone straddling magical and non-magical worlds proving unexpectedly valuable. Any word from Arcturus? He asked as they prepared to leave. Still in seclusion at his estate, Hermione reported. Though he continues to submit written perspectives on major policy questions. Surprisingly moderate ones, actually. Harry nodded thoughtfully. Arcturus had handled the magical loss differently, retreating from public view to his ancestral home rather than adapting to integrated living as Harry had done. Yet reports suggested the elder Peverell was using his period of magical suspension for deep reflection rather than bitter resistance. And the Malfoy trial? Final sentencing tomorrow, Hermione confirmed. The evidence from the Foundation Chamber attack proved definitive. The Wisengamot Reform Panel is expected to impose maximum penalties for attempted destruction of governance magic. Their conversation continued as they departed for the Ministry, Harry via Muggle transportation, Hermione by magical means, planning to meet at the visitor's entrance. This hybrid approach had become routine during Harry's non-magical period, symbolic of the bridges being built between previously separated worlds. Later that morning, Harry sat observing the Regional Council coordination session from his advisory position. The chamber that had once housed the Wisengamot now accommodated representatives from all 7 regional councils, creating a federated governance structure that balanced local autonomy with national coordination. Kingsley, serving as interim coordination facilitator, managed the complex discussions with practiced diplomacy. The Eastern Council's proposal for expanded magical education access requires harmonization with existing regional initiatives. Representatives, your perspectives. What followed demonstrated exactly what Harry and his allies had fought to create, genuine deliberative governance rather than centralized authority. Representatives from diverse backgrounds contributed meaningfully, conflicts were addressed through established protocols, and decisions emerged through structured consensus rather than power hierarchies. Harry caught Juliana's eye across the chamber where she served in her security oversight capacity. Their shared smile acknowledged the progress visible before them, imperfect implementation of ambitious ideals, yet functioning more effectively than many had predicted. Their relationship had deepened during Harry's non-magical period, strengthened rather than weakened by the challenges it presented. Juliana had helped him navigate the practical difficulties of living without magic, while he had introduced her to Muggle perspectives that enriched her understanding of the communities they served. As the session concluded, Harry found himself approached by an unexpected visitor, Draco Malfoy, whose tentative allyship during the Reform period had gradually evolved into something approaching mutual respect. Potter, Draco acknowledged with characteristic formality, though without the hostility of their youth. The council seems to be functioning adequately despite your magical indisposition. High praise indeed, Harry replied with good humor. Though I suspect you didn't attend simply to evaluate governance efficiency. Draco's expression turned more serious. No. I wanted to inform you personally that I'll be testifying at my father's sentencing tomorrow. Not in his defense, but to acknowledge the Malfoy family's historical entanglement with the Conclave and commit to a different path forward. The significance of this public break with generations of family loyalty wasn't lost on Harry. That can't be easy. Few worthwhile things are, Draco observed, unconsciously echoing Juliana's words from months earlier. My father chose his path. I'm choosing mine. As Draco departed, Harry reflected on how profoundly perspectives had shifted throughout magical society. Families with centuries of traditional alignment were reassessing their positions, finding ways to maintain cultural identity while participating in more inclusive governance structures. Impressive progress, commented a familiar voice behind him. Harry turned to find Arcturus Peverell standing there, his first public appearance since losing his magic. The elder wizard looked different without magical aura enhancing his presence, more human somehow, though his penetrating blue eyes remained unchanged. Arcturus, Harry acknowledged, genuinely surprised. I didn't expect to see you here. 6 months of seclusion provides ample time for reflection, Arcturus replied dryly. I decided observation of the practical implementation might prove educational. Harry studied his distant relative with curiosity. And your assessment? Arcturus surveyed the chamber thoughtfully. Less catastrophic than I anticipated. Though I maintain reservations about certain structural vulnerabilities. Which you've detailed thoroughly in your written submissions, Harry noted. Some of which have actually been incorporated into refinements. Indeed. Arcturus seemed almost reluctantly impressed. The distributed authority model has demonstrated unexpected resilience against factional capture. Though I maintain long-term stability will require stronger centralized coordination than currently implemented. Perhaps, Harry acknowledged. Though I'd suggest adaptation rather than reversion as the appropriate response to emerging challenges. They stood in surprisingly companionable silence for a moment, two men who had begun as philosophical opponents, served as reluctant co-authorities, and now found themselves similarly situated, temporarily without magic while watching others implement and adapt their competing visions. Do you miss it? Harry asked suddenly. The magic? Arcturus considered the question with unexpected candor. Every moment. Though perhaps the loss provides perspective I would not have gained otherwise. And you? The same, Harry admitted. Though I've discovered capabilities I might never have developed with magic always available. Adaptation, Arcturus observed. The fundamental requirement for survival, magical or otherwise. As they parted ways, Harry reflected on the extraordinary journey that had brought him to this moment. From discovering his Peverell inheritance to reforming magical governance, from full magical authority to temporary non-magical existence, each phase had shaped his understanding of power's purpose and limitations. Later that evening, Harry and Juliana walked along the Thames, enjoying the blend of Muggle London's energy and the hidden magical elements only she could currently perceive. Their conversation ranged from governance developments to personal futures, the boundaries between professional and personal long since comfortably blurred. 6 more months, Juliana noted, referring to the remaining period of Harry's magical suspension. Though you've adapted remarkably well. With considerable help, Harry acknowledged, squeezing her hand. Though I admit I'm counting the days. There are certain magical experiences I've genuinely missed. Just the magic, she teased gently. Hardly, he replied with a smile. Though flying would be welcome after a year earthbound. They stopped along the riverbank, watching lights reflect on the water's surface. The metaphor wasn't lost on Harry, surface appearances reflecting deeper realities, patterns emerging from apparent chaos, strength found in fluid adaptation rather than rigid structure. What happens after? Juliana asked quietly. When your magic returns. Will you return to direct governance involvement? The question touched on considerations Harry had been contemplating with increasing clarity. I don't think so, he replied thoughtfully. At least not in an official capacity. No. She seemed surprised. After everything you've invested in creating the new system? Because of everything I've invested, Harry clarified. The reforms were never about establishing my governance, they were about creating governance that doesn't depend on any single individual's authority. For that to truly succeed, I need to step back once my magic returns. Following your own philosophy to its logical conclusion, Juliana observed with approval. Though many would expect you to reclaim central influence. Which would undermine the distributed authority model we've worked so hard to establish, Harry pointed out. The system must stand on its own merits, not rely on its creator's ongoing involvement. And Arcturus? Do you think he'll show similar restraint? Harry considered the question carefully. I think he'll adapt to the new reality while seeking to influence its evolution. But not through the old conclave methods. Our shared experience changed him too, though he'd never openly acknowledge it. As they continued their walk, conversation turned toward personal futures, possibilities expanding beyond the governance crisis that had defined their relationships beginning. The transition year had provided unexpected space to explore who they were beyond their professional roles, building foundations for something lasting. The approaching return of Harry's magic represented not an ending but another transition, back to full participation in the magical world, yet forever changed by the experience of living without it. The governance reforms would continue evolving, tested by real-world challenges and adapted by those who implemented them daily. In the distance, lights illuminated the Houses of Parliament, Britain's Muggle governance centre existing in parallel with its magical counterpart. Harry reflected on how both systems struggled with similar fundamental questions, balancing tradition with progress, security with freedom, efficiency with representation. Perhaps the greatest achievement of their reforms was creating space for these questions to be addressed openly rather than through shadow manipulation. A canute for your thoughts? Juliana asked, using the wizarding expression deliberately. Just reflecting on how far we've come, Harry replied. And how much further there is to go. The work of generations, not individuals, she observed. Exactly, he agreed. Though I find I'm rather looking forward to contributing to different kinds of future projects. His meaningful glance conveyed personal rather than political aspirations. She smiled, understanding his implication perfectly. I believe those projects would be most worthwhile pursuits, Mr. Potter. As they continued along the river, Harry felt profound contentment despite his temporary magical limitation. The Peverell inheritance had brought him unexpected responsibility, challenging him to reform governance systems centuries in the making. The journey had cost him his magic temporarily, but gained him perspective permanently. In 6 months, his magical abilities would return. The wizard who reclaimed them would be fundamentally different from the one who lost them, tempered by experience, humbled by limitation, and wiser about power's purpose. Whatever challenges magical Britain faced in the future, its governance now rested on foundations of transparency, representation, and distributed authority rather than shadow manipulation and concentrated control. The reckoning had come, not just for the conclave and corrupt ministry officials, but for every assumption about how magical society should function. From that reckoning had emerged not perfect governance, but governance capable of evolution through open participation rather than hidden direction. For Harry Potter, who had never sought power for its own sake, that represented the most meaningful victory of all. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.